Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. In terms of announcements, I should first mention, I guess this doesn't show up in either mode very well. I don't think I have a great mode for showing this. But anyway, all I am trying to say is that my latest puzzle from stream got published. So if you tuned in, I think 2 streams ago, we set we set most of maybe about half of a double back Philomeno hybrid, which ended up working really well. It's not at all where we started. We started with a sort of loop star battle Philomeno, which maybe I'll still try and make, but it turned out to be like literally impossible the way that I did it. We broke the puzzle after putting in like 3 clues, and then Jay Dyer went and did a computer search and verified that there are actually no solutions at all, even completely ignoring one of the 3 rule sets that I involved. But anyway, this naturally or unnaturally led to us coming up with this double back Philomeno, which I did really enjoy. And the double back rule set, which by the way, if you don't know what a double back rule set is, it is a puzzle where you have to draw a loop that goes through every cell. So it's a simple loop, but there are regions, and every region needs to be visited exactly twice. So sort of like anti-country road plus simple loop or something like that. And it turned out the visited exactly twice interacts really interestingly with region building. And in particular implies a Philomeno puzzle with no Shamomenos, which I particularly appreciated. But anyway, if you are into that, I recommend looking at that. The stream sent me on such a nerd stipe rabbit hole. Wonderful. Yeah, I can tell you if you want to know, if you want to like steal pre-used Hamiltonian cycle algorithms, there are some that are implemented in like Sage, for example. It turns out that Hamiltonian cycle algorithms, and I hadn't really learned about this until this summer, but it turns out there are really non-trivial things you can do to improve the very difficult problem of finding Hamiltonian cycles in graphs. But anyway, glad to have found a good nerd stipe. Anyway, we get to start with this yttrio puzzle, which also involves a loop. So as always, we're starting with the puzzle that got the most votes from supporters. So this puzzle is actually, in fact, part of a 6-way tie. So if you have voting privileges, you can do a lot of swaying as to what puzzle we start with because of that. No, I named the puzzle Foxtrot because I incorrectly believed that the genre was developed by Eric Fox. And so I spent a while trying to find like what is an appropriate like pun on like our compound word with the word fox that also implies loop. And I was really happy when I came up with Foxtrot after careful searching. And then it turned out that the genre did not, in fact, originate with Eric Fox. That was just a complete imagination of my mind. But then I called it Foxtrot anyway because I liked the name too much and I was too attached to it to call it something else. Shameless would be good. The sequel can be called Shameless. Anyway, the supporters who voted for this puzzle are David, Math Pesto, Russ, Luda, Doomdiot, Ken, and Nordy. So thank you so much to all of you. So let's have a look at the rules. So we have normal Sudoku rules. Digits in cells separated by a black dot have a 2-to-1 ratio. Not all possible dots are given, I would hope, given that there's only 2 of them in the grid. Draw a single continuous loop along the borders of cells that never crosses itself and never branches. In this puzzle, the loop is not allowed to touch the outside border of the grid. So imagine that I have put X's around the entire outside border of the grid, like this, all the way around. Probably good that I do this or I'm going to absolutely forget this. So we can't draw loops through any of these cells. I was about to say, like, yeah, I think it really, really helps broaden the space if you enlarge your loops to go on the edges instead of the cells. Because, I don't know, somehow the 10 by 10 grid you get is much larger than the 9 by 9, but then it turns out that yttrio has actually done this with an 8 by 8, so shows what I know. Cells marked with a square act as Slitherlink clues, i.e. the digit in a marked cell gives how many of its 4 sides or segments on the loop. So if my loop does this, this is a 3. If my loop does that, then this is a 2, provided it does that and then never visits either of these again. So that does immediately actually tell us, weirdly enough, that these numbers are all from 1, 2, 3. Okay, and one of these actually is a 3, and I do know that these are from 1, 2, 4, 8. Oops, somehow the 1, 2 didn't show up. This one's not a 1 or an 8. This is just sort of like 3 dots in the same box. Okay, the number pad is being really weird. There is a Discord bot that Tristan made that digs out the most voted for and the list of voters for it. Okay, so is there something like it's impossible for one of these to be a 1 and the other to be a 3 or something like that? I feel like probably I'm supposed to think about the interaction between these two cells and something like I do need a 1, a 2, and a 3. Oh, also, there's another rule. I was really impressed that this was unique without any additional rules, and I was already sort of trying to figure out, like, oh yeah, they must use this. This dot has to have an 8 on it, because otherwise you can never get the thing. Any two cells separated by a loop segment must contain consecutive values. In other words, every loop segment acts as a white Kropke dot. Okay. So if the loop does go through these, then there's definitely a 2 in them. Otherwise, there is no 2 in them. Or sorry, otherwise, who knows? Okay, so that is very interesting as a thing. Does that... Yeah, I'm trying to decide, like, is this somehow a problem? Can't have a... Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, so Paulfly is definitely correct. This can't be a 3 because there would need to be 3 digits consecutive with 3 next to it. And that certainly doesn't work. So these two are both not 3. So one of these is a 3. And keep in mind that, yeah, and whichever of them is a 3, it's going to be a little bit restricted because I certainly can't, only one of these two digits can possibly be consecutive with 3. Oh yeah, this also can't be a 3, JR points out. Boy, my laptop is not getting along well with my, I think these need to be repaired or something. My number pad has been a real problem lately. Yeah, so I think it's being pointed out that all of these can also be X'd. Whenever it's convenient for you, it's probably a good idea for you to do it, Tristan. So we can go ahead and X these just so we're carefully paying attention to where the loop can actually go, and so that it is clear, for example, that this is a corner. So if the loop does come to here, it already is a 2, and it can't go to either of these cells. Okay, so if it does do that, so if this cell is in, then it does that. This is a 2, and then that makes these a 1, 3 pair, except neither of them can be 1. Because this one sees a 1, 2 pair in the row, and this one sees a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column. So that's a problem. So this is not in this little corner up here. So neither of those cells is part of the loop. And so now, and I can't mark corners, but I know this corner here is definitely part of the loop, whether this is a 1 or a 2. Oh, this being a 1 is just... Oh, no, sorry. This can be a 1 as long as that's a 2. Yeah, so if this is a 1, it's this side that's in. So this side's always in. Got it. Okay, so if this is a 2, both of these sides are in. And if this is a 1, that side can't be in because this side would require a 2. And so in both cases, this side's always in, which means that side's always in. And so that does indeed mean this is never a 2. So we get that. Like that. And so, and this is, of course, not a 1 anymore. So now it's a 2 or a 3. So let's see. Can we do exactly the same thing over here? Oh yeah, what happens if this goes around and it's a 2, then that's going to be a 3 and a 1 like that. Let's see. Ron says if the right side here is loop, you break the loop because now this is a 3. Right. So this would be a 3. That would be a 2, right? So if this is a 3, then that would have to be a 2 by Kropke, but it would also be a 1 by Slitherlink because as soon as this turns down, it can't also turn up. So this can't be a 3. This has to be a 2. And so we can bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Oh, sorry. No, it doesn't prove that. Sorry, it does not. Sorry. It just proves that this side isn't in. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, it can be a 3 if it crosses at the bottom, maybe. In which case that would be 4, 3, 2. Never mind. Right. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so right. So if this is a 3, it breaks in 2 look-aheads. Because if this is a 3, then this is a 2. But now that means this edge is in, which means that's a 1, but there's a 1-2 pair there. So this is indeed actually a 2. And we do get our 2 dance as promised. Duka duka. Ba-doop ba-doop. Duka duka. Ba-doop ba-doop. Duka duka. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that becomes a 1. That becomes a 3. That has become a 2. Keypad is taking a while to get that is a 2. There we go. Okay, so that's a 4. So 4 isn't next to 4 or 1. And so this is 1. Sorry, this can't be 1 either. So this can, in fact, only be 8. Okay, I think I probably need Tristan to fix this number pad because it's really not working at the moment. One moment. I'll be back in just a moment, but there are tech issues. Welcome back. Sorry about that. The keypad was having like a 3-second delay between inputs and it actually showing up on screen. And then sometimes they weren't showing up at all, and that was starting to drive me crazy, but it is fixed now, I believe. Okay, so we've filled in now at least the at least the digits that are, I believe, given. Also, I suppose it is worth noting that these numbers aren't consecutive, so the loop can't come through those. And then, therefore, the loop can't go there. Oh yes, right. Sorry. While I was on break, Plonktime gifted 5 memberships. So those memberships went to Paul Fly, Nicholas, Ilm, Emily, and M Nasty. So enjoy your memberships, and thank you so much for the donation, Plonktime. Let's get you a donation dance. Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop 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 boop. Woohoo! Ba da ba da ba ba ba. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Okay, so people in chat are pointing out the 3 lines can't all be in this box, because if they were, I would need 3 numbers consecutive with 3. And if they aren't all in this box, then one of them is definitely there. And the only available digit is the 4. For that to work through. Now, that means that this is not an edge, because there's nothing next to 3 that it could be. And so that means that the other edges are these, and we get this, because I can't close the loop. Don't crash into it. Don't close the loop. And so we get all of that. Yes, this 1 does not have any additional links, so therefore that comes over there. These are 2 consecutive numbers of some description. Yes, and as Emma points out, these numbers are therefore a 2-4 pair, which makes that a 1 and that a 2. The 1 has to go next to a 2. So we know it's neither of those, and it's not that one either. So the 1 is, in fact, this one. Because of the 2-4 pair and the 2. So therefore, that's the only place that this can possibly get a 2. So we have that. Okay. All right, so this being a 1 is going to be tricky, but not impossible, I suppose. Let's see. This is not this is never a loop, Tristan points out. So, because if it was, basically the way I think about it is, whichever way this line goes from here claims the other of the 2 here. So it can't go down there. Hey, Nicholas. Glad to have you here. Yes, this being a 2 doesn't work, Josh points out, because if this is a 2, then this number down below it has to be something. And the something is a problem once I get there, because I can't go 2, 1, 0. So this has to be a 4 with a 5, 6 below it, and that's a 2. We know that's not visited anymore. So we have that. So one of these 2 over here is a 1. I'm just going to mark for my sanity. This is a pair of consecutive digits. And the pair of consecutive digits has to be from 7, 8, 9, and one of them is an 8, for sure. Let's see. Ah, yes, good point. This digit, therefore, is not a 1 because of the 7, 8, 9 there. So that's the 1. And this is a 7 or a 9. It's going to put a 1 over here somewhere for what it's worth. Oh, the 2 is actually just placed here by Sudoku, more simply. Let's see. Yes, this can't be the 8 anymore because 7 and 9 aren't consecutive. So that is, in fact, the 8. Let's see. These cells are a 4, 5, 6 triple. If you look at it, the way I saw that is to ask where 4, 5, and 6 went in this box and see that they could only end up over there. But you could do it a couple ways. But then that means these cells are only from 7, 8, 9. Therefore, one of these is an 8, so that isn't. Is noteworthy. Oh, I also know that because I have already consumed my 2, I actually know that this comes down here like this. So there is a none 2, none 4 even digit that is on this. So there's a 6 or an 8 on this line. Is a worthwhile thing to occasionally contemplate. Let's see. If this kept going under here, that would be a 3, but that's probably okay. Yeah, we know there's a 1 over there. I do know that wherever the 2 are, this 2 has a 1 next to it, because this has 2 borders. So the things next to it are a 1 and a 3. And so you know the 1 and the 3 are in these cells. And so, for example, those aren't 1. That's not the 3. So the 1's actually vertical here. So we actually get that coming over there like that. And so this digit actually can't be a 3 either, because if this is the 3, then that means the loop comes like this, in which case then that can't be a 1, so that doesn't work. Yeah, I was just explaining that, Emma. So we have a 3 across up here for whatever it is worth. Let's see. Oh, congrats, Jay. Any horizontal loop segment down here is going to require a 6 on it, because we are sort of out of 8s. Let's see. Let's see, 3 and 4 go around there somewhere. So yeah, I do know the 3, I guess, is in one of these 2 cells. I should mark, because whichever the second side of this 2 that is on the loop is, that's what's going to happen. If that's the 3, then that's a 4, I suppose. Is it one of the J. Dyer puzzles I've done? Is it the Chacona? I hope it's the Chacona. I know one of these 2 is a 2 just by Sudoku. Yes, this loop I know continues right because it has no other way to go. That is true. So I sort of know that one of those is even and know that one of those is even for what it is worth. I'm now thinking about what does the world look like where this sort of continues under, and I think it actually is okay. Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't work. This is messy. This is obscenely messy. So I don't know if it's intended, but if I make this, it breaks because of 5 in row 8. Because if I do this, then I'm forced to do this. And so now what I have is 3 length 3 renbans taking up the entire box. But one of those is going to be 1, 2, 3, of course. Then one will be 4, 5, 6, and one will be 7, 8, 9. But the point is the 5 and the 8 will be here. And so I cannot do that. And so that move that I made must have been wrong. So that turns there. I don't know if that was intended. It was gross to me, but it might have been intended. Anyway, this is now a 5 because of that. This is now the 3 because of that. This isn't a 3 anymore. I know there's a 7 or a 9 on here for whatever it is worth. And a 6, actually. Just by Sudoku, there's a 6 here along with a digit, and so that digit has to be a 7. So, yes, so these digits are 4, 8, 9. Which then sorts out that that is the 7, and that's the 9. And so these digits down here are known. They are 3 and 5. I don't know the order yet. This cell can't be border, because if this cell was a border, I would need to imagine a digit that was consecutive with 6 or 7. Oh, no, I could put the other 6, 7. Darn it, I could put another 6, 7 here. Oh, no, I couldn't. Because if the loop goes here, this is, again, just sort of like look one step ahead. If the loop does take this cell, it takes that cell. And that doesn't work because this digit would have to simultaneously be a 6 or 7 and a 1 or a 3, and it's not going to work. So that cell is never loop. And so we can sort of percolate our never loop out like that. These numbers over here, we actually know are from 6, 7, 8, 9. We know that one's not an 8 for what it is worth. Oh, I know that 1 and 2 aren't consecutive with 5 is a useful thing to note. So this comes up here. So that makes this a 1, 2, 3 because it is consecutive again with that. So, and of course, this isn't able to be loop anymore. Am I correct that if this is loop, the only option is 5, 6? I guess the easy way to do this is to just fill in this triple rather than doing it as some gross look ahead. 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. There we go. So one of these is definitely 9. There we go. Okay. That way, that makes it not a gross look ahead. Because if one of these is 9, that's not going to work. So this, in fact, bounces around like that, which makes that a 5, that a 6, and that a 9. Okay, so, oh, somehow I did that badly. Okay, so these are 3, 4, 5. These are 6, 7, 8. This is not an 8, which, again, means these are 1, 2, 3, funnily enough. That one's not a 2. Okay, so 5 is not consecutive with 1, 2, or 3. Fun fact. So, therefore, this loop has to continue straight. So now these are both forbidden because of that. So I do know one of these is a 2, although it doesn't immediately help me. And I know one of these 2 is a 2. So we've got that. Yes. There's some additional lines here, as Helm points out. So that's an 8. That's a 6. That's a 7. So we've got all of that. So one of these two is an 8, actually. Is notable. Yes. Okay, so Emma has noted now this has become forbidden because it would crash into a dead end. And so now this just is a 1 with a 2 there. Let's see. There is a 1 over here somewhere for sure, but I don't know where. Yes, 4 in box 8. Thank you, Laura. So these are 8 and 9. Let's see. I know one of those two is an 8. So if there is a line here, it is an 8, 9, which would force that to be the 8. Otherwise, there's just not one. Okay, so there's a 2 and a 4 in here, just by Sudoku, I am noticing. That one's not the 4, that one's not the 2. Okay, so if there is a... okay, so there's only... Oh, there could be... either the vertical line... So I need one more vertical line in this row. And it's either next to the 4, or it has a 6 on it as the other even digit. And I don't know which yet. Let's see. Low-hanging fruit in box 3. I don't know what low-hanging fruit we're talking about. Let's see. These are, one of them is a 1, one of them is a 4, and one of them is 6, 7. I guess that one's not a 4 or a 1. This one's only 6 or 7. Well, the 2 in box 3 has 2 ways it could be satisfied. It's either bouncing around this way or it's bouncing around this way. Those are the 2 options. Oh, that's a 6, 7 pair in row 8. That's a good point. So these aren't 6 or 7. So that's actually quite a good observation because now 6 and 7 aren't consecutive with 1 or 4. So, and 6 or... Oh, sorry, 6 and 7. Oh, sorry, yeah. Now this is just not in because there's not anywhere to put it. Okay, yeah, this is a common Slitherlink pattern. There's sort of 2 options for this, and they're the 2 sort of right angles, and either way, AFK and Nicholas would like me to fill in those. Let's have a closer look at this box, though. Okay, so this is not in because 1, 4 isn't consecutive with 6, 7, 8, 9. So therefore this comes up here because it's the only place it can go. So this isn't a 9, and there's definitely... there's definitely a 7 in here, is I guess what I know, is that one of these is a 7. So these aren't 7. Okay. This edge is now untakeable because if I take this edge, I'm obligated to do the thing where I have 3 consecutive digits to the same thing in a box, which I cannot do. So this edge is just not taken ever. Okay. So now we get that edge isn't there, and that edge isn't there anymore. So now we're getting sort of like really closely into here. 7 or 5. That could be a 5. Hey, Kodak, how are you doing? So I think people would also like me to now note that this edge is in because of my prior work. And so if that edge is in, then this can't be a 1 anymore because it's consecutive with a 4. So that's the 1. And so that forces that corner. And this is a 5 because it's a none 3-digit that's consecutive with that. That's a 3 over there. Let's see. So this is a 4 or 6. Sure is. That is a 3, 5. 4, 6. Sure. Okay. Yeah, these are. I guess I can write and I know these are from 6, 7, 8, 9 because they certainly don't have a 4 in them. Because there isn't anything left for them to go with. So if I just write these in as 6, 7, 8, 9, then it is a little bit helpful. Oh, sorry. In fact, exactly that cell's a 1 just by sudoku. Yeah, this is a very cool puzzle so far. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Right. Okay. So this is never in because it would be next to a 2 or a 4. And there's no 2s or 4s left. 3 in box 2 is in one of these cells, points out Ron. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So Josh is pointing out this can't be a border because if it is, this is 9. But the problem is that also makes this a border. And so that makes that a second 8 for the box. And that's too many 8s for the box. So that's never a border. So that's never a border. So that's never a border. Just continuing along our trend. Let's see. This would be 3 or 5 if it was. And I do, for what it's worth, know that the 3 and the 5 in this box are in this column. So that is worth paying attention to. Okay, this column is just basically done, Jaleb points out. So if I actually mark that this cell is 6 or 9, then I place the 7 over here, which is a good thing to do. So this is a 6 or an 8. Let's see. If this comes up like that. Uh-oh, am I losing frames? I am dropping frames. That's not good. Oh, noes. Hopefully my frames will come back. Sadly, it seems to be getting worse and not better. All right, I am back. All 6 pixels of me. So let us see. So apparently that is all the pixels that we can currently get to do that. Okay. So I know I was doing something. I'm sure that is the case. Uh, okay, well, if it looks good, that's a good start. Oh, let's look at candidates for row 6. Apparently, do I really have a 6-9 pair here? Is that really true? 1, 2. See, they can't be 3, can't be 4, can't be 5, can't be 7, can't be 8. Yeah, wow, that's a real 6-9 pair. Okay. Horrible. Okay. So in particular, it tells me that there's not a piece of loop there. So therefore, there's not a piece of loop there. Oh, and also there's not a piece of loop here. And so that sort of forces the loop up through there. And so that now means that this is a 6 and a 5. 9, 9. Not a 9. Not 5s. That one's not a 5 either. Okay, so this can't be a loop anymore because this box has a 4 and a 6 already. And so, therefore, this must continue up. There's already a 9 in the box, so this must be a 7 and a 3. 3 and 7 are famously not consecutive, and so the loop must continue up again, which will give me a 1 and a 3 over here. This over here seems to be a 1, which seems to give me a 4 and a 1 and a 6 and 8 and a 6. Those aren't 7. That's not 6. That's a naked single, and that's a naked single. That one seems to be a 7, and that one seems to be a 4. That 7 looks over there. I am quite enjoying this puzzle overall, by the way. I've had mixed results with yttrio puzzles in the past, but this one has been very, very nice. So that is a 5. So we go there. This can't be an edge because it would need to be a 2 there, and it can't be. And this can't be an edge because 1 and 4 aren't consecutive. So this can't go down because 4 and 9 aren't consecutive either. So this therefore continues over. If I just write in candidates here, there's a chance it'll make clear what's happening. It will. Because these two now need to be consecutive, and the only way that works is if this is 4 and this is 3, which then seems to make that a 2, a 5, a 4, and a something. A 5, it would seem. Seeming to make that a 9, a 4, and a 2, 8 and a 3, a 9 and an 8. Let's see. This can't be an edge because 4 goes next to 3 and 5, and they're already gone. So that 5 comes here, placing a 6 there, which gives me a 7 and a 6 over there. Let's see. I can fill in these numbers, by the way. Oops. I can fill in these numbers, by the way. That one becomes a 9. Okay, so I know that that edge is not in because 2 is not consecutive with 7 or 8. So that seems to make that 6. And so now that is therefore 7. That is therefore 8. But this side is now not in. And so therefore this side is not in because it would force it to that side. So the loop finishes there. And therefore that is an 8 and that is a 7. I was trying to figure out how I could close the loop before I filled in the digits. That was what I was trying to do there at the end. But I did successfully do that, I think. Very nice puzzle. Very cute. I liked that one. Let me pull up another puzzle since I feel like I've taken enough breaks in the middle of this. Let's see. I do have to look forward to a J. Dyer Shakona puzzle at some point. That is exciting. Oh, let's see. There's some more puzzles in the bucket that I have done, so I have to dodge those. I do like puzzles as well. Let's see. Okay, let's do a J. Dyer Japanese sums. Let's turn off row column labels. Okay, so we have normal Sudoku rules. We need to draw a single 1 cell wide path, there we go, through the grid. The path does not branch or touch itself orthogonally, but may touch itself diagonally. The path is a 10 line. And the line is divided up into groups of consecutive cells, each of which sum to 10. Clues outside the grid are J-sums clues. They give the sum of groups of contiguous 10-line cells within their row or column. The sums within a clue appear in the correct order, left to right or top to bottom, where given. Clues are complete, with the caveat that a ... stands for 0 or more omitted clues. Okay, so this is like the order, but with a single 10 line. Although we have not, it's a path and not a loop, and we haven't specified the start or end, but hey, at least we've got something. Okay. I want to say this can't be in. But I have to say I'm really conflicted on how to color this. I think I'm going to make the 10-line yellow. No, this would work. It could be 1, 2, 3 down here and a 5 there, for example. I was thinking the 6 was going to immediately break if I tried it. Let's see here. There's a double-digit 1. There's a lot of 6s in this puzzle. That might actually, that might break, because of the, like, what happens here. No, I think it would be fine. It would, in fact, be okay. Let's see. We know we've got a single and then a double-digit sum. Let's see. Yeah. I don't think that's intrinsically a problem. 10 lines can make it around corners. Oh, I see. Okay, sorry. Right. But right. But yeah, but the path does end. But actually, maybe it doesn't work, actually. Now that I am being forced to think about it harder. Because assuredly, one of them would be a 2-cell 6-sum. One of them would be a 3-cell 6-sum. And so, no, it could be 4, 2, 1, 3 would work, annoyingly. That combo works, for example, as long as that's the end. So this could be part of a thing. I do know the loop hits the top line of the grid twice. And the last column of the grid twice, at least twice, and the first column of the grid at least, or sorry, exactly twice. Yeah, Emma points out there's definitely a total of at most 5 cells in the top row. So that means it's not possible for there to not be a start or end. Because in order for there to not be a start or end along the border, you need 3 cells for the loop to do that. And so you'd need 2 sets of 3 cells. And so Emma's point is, if I had that in the first row, that would make too many cells, because the sum of the first row is no more than 15. So there is at least one end in row 1. And there's at least one end in column 1 by the same exact argument. And this definitely isn't the end, because if it was the end, then it would be a 1-cell 10 line. So we know there's one end in column 1 and one end in row 1. And they're not the same end, because again, that would make this a single 6. A 1-cell 10 line that sums to 6, yes. Which doesn't sound great. And what Emma has pointed out also is that we actually know that if I draw in this vertical line in the grid, oops. Oh, there we go. If I draw in this vertical line in the grid, this line only gets crossed once because there's one total clue here. And so one of the ends is on one side of this line and one of them is on the other. So therefore, one end I know is in one of these 3 cells. Therefore, it's certainly not there. Because if I had an end here, it could go there. It could go there, but it could immediately go down. Right, it could immediately go down. Never mind, sorry, it could be there. So one of these 3. Is an end, and then something in this column is an end. What do you mean you don't get an end in row 1 and column 1? If it did that, that's okay, right? And then it could still snake around and then end up in column 1 somewhere. At least naively, I don't see why that's not possible. Well, it would have to go down more than 2, but I don't think that matters. At least not that I'm able to ascertain. It is a little bit weird that there's this visit and this single cell visit that AFK points out. I think we know that single cell visit is not an end, uh, and therefore this is a 3-cell visit because you can't have a 4-cell visit, and 3 is the minimum. So this single digit clue here is 3 cells, because we know the ends are in row 1 and column 1. So whatever that means, we've got something like that or whatever the case may be. So that is interesting. It's actually a little bit harder, I guess, for this not to be one of the ends, because if that's not one of the ends, then I have to do that twice to get the clues for this column. And I can only just do it because the sum would be 21 or 22 in total. Would have to be, because based on whether this was 8 or 9, it would have to be 21 or 22, which would have all the numbers from 1 to 5, and then either 6 or 7. I was trying to decide if that had interesting 10-line implications, but if it does, I don't see what they are. But I don't like it. I'll say that much. Like it seems much less likely to me, looking at it that way. But of course, we could start here and go there, and then that maybe looks better. Is there any similar restriction in this column? Uh, 'Is that true, Emma, or could it be something? Yeah, I guess we don't get through this column. Yeah, I don't quite think I see why I couldn't do something like that. There. 13 can't be 2 cells. Oh, 13 can be 2 cells if it's not at the beginning or end. If 13 is at the beginning or end, then it can't be 2 cells because it's a 10 line. Hmm. the double digit at the beginning of this line is interesting. Because the double digit at the beginning of this line says that if this is in, then that's in. And right, we know there's an end in this column, but we don't actually know if the end is at the top or the bottom. But I don't quite see what to do with that yet. Let's see. Yeah, that double question mark seems likely to be important to me, but I can't quite figure out what to do with it. So Emma might be trying to argue that it's not possible that this is not part of a path. Let's see. So if this isn't part of a path, these definitely aren't part of a path, because remember, the bottom thing here has length 3. And I think I believe, Emma, that this doesn't work. Because if you do, then your bottom thing can have length 3, but now you've only got 2 room for a 13. And the 13 can't be 2 cells because it would mean this was the end, right? Or maybe, right, it would mean this was the end because if it's not the end, then I've already broken it because this thing that's not an end can't get out anymore. In fact, actually, I could just say this thing does that. So I do agree with Emma that this cell, I think, is definitely on the loop, which means that cell's definitely on the loop. It's not 6 path cells minimum. It's 5 path cells minimum, I believe. Oh, maybe it actually is 6 minimum. I think it actually is 6 minimum for a sort of funny reason. That either this is the end, in which case it's not 2 cells, or it's not the end, in which case it's not 2 cells. So there's sort of a proof by cases that this 13 means it's always at least 3 cells for this piece. Because, again, either it starts at either it is the end, in which case then it needs to be 3 cells for 10-line reasons. Otherwise, yeah, okay, so yeah, so indeed, I agree. It is always 3 cells in this column, because it either needs to be that for loop reasons or 10-line reasons. And so now, if I block this off, I can't fit it anymore. So that is also part of a line. For whatever that is worth. And so that does mean that I am in the situation where I have exactly 6. So because I have exactly 6, I know it either looks like that or like that. In no case, Oh, sorry, that's not true. If it looked like that, okay, so these are our two sort of options. That's one universe. If this actually goes up, then it ends up looking like that. Right. That's a good spot. So Garion points out this universe doesn't work because it breaks the 13 clue here, because now this is a single digit. So the 13 doesn't do that. So we have that. And I know the end's up here, so this isn't the end, so it continues. And we can mark all of those as unincluded. If this is out, it doesn't work because then I get another end. Because if this is out, if this is out, I just can't make the 13 two cells. So we have to have this be in, which means that that is out. Oh, this could join down, right? Sorry, this could join down. Yep, you're right. But this really had to go down. That wasn't a lie, I don't think. Yes, I agree with AAA battery. Can the loop touch itself diagonally? Yes, it may touch itself diagonally. So if it starts here, this digit is a 3. For what it's worth. But it could start there. Okay, so if this is yellow, it has to... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, so the 5 clue here is interesting. Because if this is yellow, it is a 5. And if this isn't yellow, then that's not yellow either, because you can't have a 3-cell 5. So in fact, I think we know that one of these two is always 5, for what it's worth. Depending on whether that's yellow or not. So can this really be the start of the line? In which case, then this would be a 3-cell sum to 10. Which would then make this a 2-cell sum to 10. I don't know. Oh, so this just isn't the start of the loop. Is what you're saying. Because people point out wisely, I said if this is the start of the loop, it's definitely a 3-cell sum to 10, but that just doesn't work because this is a single-digit clue. So if this is the start of the loop, it has to do that, and it has to be a 3-cell sum because it's got a 5 in it. You can't do a 4-cell sum with a 5 within a single box. But that just means this isn't the start of the loop. So one of these two is the start of the loop now. So this digit's always a 3 or an 8. Is that correct? Because if the loop starts here, then that's a 10 sum and that's a 3. And if the loop starts here, that's a 5. And then these two sum to 5, and then that's an 8. So yeah, I think this is always a 3 or an 8. This is never a connection because in both universes, well, if this starts... Wait, if this starts here, yeah. If this starts here, then we said this is an 8. Oh, no, 8-2 would be fine. Yeah, sorry, that could go 8-2 and then it could connect down. Never mind. Since row 7, 8, column 9. Wait. Row 7, 8, column 9. Okay. AAA batteries talking about these two. Oh, row 7, column 8, 9. I see. So, just saying these two sum to 11, so they're not together on a 10 sum. So I have a sort of 10 sum that starts here and a 10 sum that starts here. And my 10 sum that starts here... No, you wrote it right. I'm just dyslexic. And I then... Emma wrote it with a space, and then I finally read it correctly. So the point is, these three are a single-digit sum. So actually, my 10 sum makes it at least this far. So these sum to a minimum of 6. So this is certainly a single-digit number. They're all together. Yeah, and I can't have any more. Right, this just is a 10 sum, because if I add any more, I've already gotten to 10 within this box. Okay, this just can't be a 5. If this is a 5, these sum to 5, and these sum to 9. That's 5 cells summing to 14. That doesn't work. So that's not on the loop either. So that was way simpler than I thought it was going to be. Okay, so we've got that. So now that is a 10 sum, and that digit's a 3, and that digit's a 5. And we can bring out Zach for the 3 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this is not 5-5, and it's not 3-7, for what it's worth. This could be 6-7 or 4-9. Okay, but these are a single-digit sum, and they don't have a 3, so they therefore definitely have a 1. And they also definitely have a 2. Okay, so that does actually tell me what it is, right? So, so there's a 1 and a 2 in here, and so now a 1, 2, and 3. Look at this 2-digit 10 sum. So this is now a 4-6. Because if I don't put a 1 and a 2 in here, it's going to sum to more than, or it's going to sum to a double-digit number. Therefore, these are 1, 2, 5 is the only actual possibility for what these are. And if these are 1, 2, 5, the sum of 1, 2, and 5 is 8. So that needs to be a 2 in order to make my 10-line dreams come true, which makes that a 2 as well. And now my 10-line definitely can't come down here because keep in mind these two are part of a 10-sum that needs 2 more. And because it's orthogonal-ish, it can't be 3 plus 5 plus 1 plus 1, because I can't go diagonally. So it has to be 3 plus 5 plus 2. And so that's straight out. If you want, you could argue separately that I need a number that's 1 or 2, and this cell can be neither 1 nor 2, whichever way you want to do it. But really, this has to be a 2, because if I make it a 1, there's no place I can put a 1 to go with it. This can't go up because of the fact that it only gets to cross this column once. And once it crosses this column, it's never coming back. So the loop or the path would be disconnected. So it can't actually take either of those cells. And so therefore it takes that cell. Oh, by the way, I should redden these. Now this just has to be part of the... Right. This loop, I guess I could just say this loop has to continue, and that's the only place it could continue. That blues those. This is a 2-digit 10-sum. Which is probably 4-6, but I don't think I 100% know it's 4-6. I actually also know this is blue because the loop can't sort of sneak up there in any way, shape, or form. And I know these two are blue because the loop's going to exit out here under there. Hey, Selena, how are you doing? So these are 3-7 or 4-6. And I'm pretty convinced they're probably 4-6, but not for any legitimate reason. Oh, hey, there's a 9 here. That's pretty cool. So that's a 1. Thank you, Selena. So therefore, that is a 3. Ooh, now that's throwing shade at my theory about this. This is a 9 for the column, by the way. Yes, and now these are... Okay, so now these are a 4-6 pair because I need to put 4 and 6 in column 8 is AFK's claim. So this... Oops, sorry. So these aren't 4-6. They are 3-7, and that seems to be an 8. The path doesn't go that way. The path isn't allowed to branch, so the path goes that way. This number is not a 7 by the column. So this path is at least 3 long, which means that since this number is at least 4, this number is only a 1 or a 2. Can I prove that I can't possibly... I don't think I can prove that I can't possibly make this a 4-cell sum. I think this could be a 4-cell sum in a few ways, but it's not a 3-cell sum. Okay, so let's see. Nicholas has done the Sudoku for me and tells me that's a 7-8 pair. So that probably means I know what these are, keeping in mind they're not 4 or 6. So those are 7 and 8. These are 1 and 9. These are, well, not 7 for sure. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. It does. It can still work as long as there's another segment. No. Oh, no, it could, because the start could be here. And if the start is down here, sorry, we're debating this, because if this is 4 cells, then I guess it could be that 4 cells too, and then maybe it's not so useful. There's still going to be a 6 at the beginning of this column, which is now going to be either a 1, 5, or a single 6. Yes, right. This is the other loop end is in column 1, and it's not there. And so my 6 here has to therefore be a 3-cell sum. So it has to be 1, 2, 3 because of the fact that it has to enter, it has to enter and leave the row because it's not the end. So this is always yellow. It's a 1, 2, 3. And the 1, 2, 3 certainly looks at that cell, making that a 9 and that a 1. So there is a 1, 2, 3. And this has to be one of the ends of the 1, 2, 3 because there's a 9 up there. So that is also going to be yellow. Okay. This is certainly not, this is a huge deduction. This is certainly not in the loop anymore because I can't do anything better than that. There has to be a double cell sum and a single cell sum in this row, not including this one. And so Emma's point is, if this is yellow, I can't make all of this happen. Because if this is yellow, I now have to make this piece of a single cell sum, and there's not room for a double cell sum. So that's assuredly never yellow. And now if that's not yellow, the same thing is true. Because again, if that's not yellow, I don't have any place for that. And so this is yellow. And in fact, actually, we know that the loop looks like this from that. So these are 1, 2, 3. This might or might not be the end of the loop. I know that's blue, and actually I know that's blue as well, or whatever you want to call this color. Right, this is touching the loop in a way that is inappropriate. Right, this is right. I can't make this yellow because then I need to make these a 1, 2, 3 triple, and you can't have two 1, 2, 3 triples in the same box. In particular, this isn't a 3. This is a 4 or a 5. But 5 doesn't work because if this is a 5, I break the 10 line, right? Because if this is a 5, oh no, it could go 5, 2, 3. Sorry, I don't actually know whether it goes. Could go 5, 2, 3. That would be okay, and then just start a new 10 sum. So I don't actually know that. Oh, right. Sorry. If this is a 5, that's a 1 is the problem. Because of the 6 clue. Sorry, I'm not done with the 6 clue yet. So 5, 2, 3 does make 10, but 5, 1 doesn't make 6. So actually, this just can't be a 5. This does have to be a 4 and a 2. And we indeed have a 6 and a 4 over here. And that all gets done. So now these are a 10 sum because this clue is a double-digit clue, but the only double digits that it can possibly be is 10. So either this is a 10 sum or that 3-cell thing is a 10 sum. But either way, this double-digit number is exactly 10. let's see. So if it's a 3-cell sum, it's definitely 2, 3, 5, which would make that 5 and these 2, 3. Well, I do see that there's a 2 and a 3 in here, so that does make the 2, 3, 5 theory very possible. Otherwise, this could be 2, 8 or 3, 7. Sorry, would be 8, 2 or 7, 3. Sorry. Yes, there is a 9 clue here, as being pointed out. And this can't be a 6. In fact, it is an 8 and a 1, ruining my dreams that this is going to be a 3-cell sum, because now this does have to be a 2. Oh, I argued this couldn't be yellow, but that was not at all true. This could be yellow. This could still be yellow. I'm not actually sure. That claim was just nonsense. Okay, that's a 5 by Sudoku, just by asking where 5 goes in this box. These are 6, 7, 9, it would seem. These are some other numbers that aren't 6, 7, or 9. They are 1, 4, and 8. These are 3 and 9. And these are 5, 6, 7. So if this is yellow, it could go 9, 1, or it could go 3, and then anything it really feels like. Morally speaking. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was trying to figure out how I was going to fit an end in column 1 with this here, but that is the end in column 1. Hey, Memerister, how are you doing? So this thing is a 135, actually. The single digit thing here is not an N, so it has to be a 135. Exactly. So that's not the middle anyway. That's not the middle. Okay, so if that's not the middle, that's not part of it at all, because if I make this part of it at all, it would be that, and then this would not be a double-digit sum, so that's not part of it. And so it's a 3-cell sum, so this definitely is, this definitely is part of it. And it's a 1, 3, or 5, and so that is also yellow, because this is a 6 sum. Now, if you look at it across the way, you'll see this can't be a 3-cell 6 sum. It's a 2-cell 6 sum, so it's not 3, 3, so it's 1, 5. Which is then very nice, because now it tells me my 1, 3, 5 can't go down, because that would make a 1, 3, 5 quadruple. And so we end up going up here instead. And also, that's the 1, 3. That is thingy thing. That is thingy thing. And that's all my stuff for column 1. That's not 5 anymore. Let's see. These numbers have a few options left, I suppose. One of these 2 digits is a 3, I suppose. The bottom of column 2 is sum is 8, Kale has pointed out. So this can't be a 3-cell 8, because it would have to be 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 4, and both of those are impossible. So this has to be a 2-cell 8 only. which makes this number here a 7, making that an 8 and that a 7. Don't really know anything about this row, I suppose. I know that's not a 7 anyway. I mean, I know this isn't in for whatever it is worth. Somewhere in this row, there is a 6. Okay, so this can't be yellow anymore, because if this is yellow, then that's yellow just by geometry. And now this has to be the 6 sum because there's not room for anything else, but it can't be a 1, 2, 3 because of the box. So that's yellow. For what it is worth. Oh, I also knew that because of this double-digit sum. If I'd have paid attention to the double-digit sum, it would have been a much prettier proof than the proof I actually gave of that fact. So imagine that I gave the pretty proof instead of the horrible proof. Okay. This is a double-digit sum, actually. It's a 2-cell double-digit sum, however I do it. It is true that this digit here is quite restricted because of the 7. I can't get to 10 going that way, so the 7 has to back up at least a bit, which makes that a 2 or a 3 for sure. Several people in chat have done that math for me. Right, okay, so if this 5 goes with the 1, it's being pointed out in chat by Garian. If the 5 goes with the 1, it just breaks, because if the 5 goes with 1, I'm at 6. Oh, wait, sorry. It's if the 5 doesn't go with the 1. Sorry, if the 5 doesn't go with the 1. So if I start a new 10 sum there. Sorry, I was trying to figure out why that was putting 1 here. Sorry. If I don't bunch the 5 with the 1, then I end up getting to 9, and I need to put a 1 here, which I can't for 2 different Sudoku reasons. So the 5 always goes with the 1, but if the 5 goes with the 1, it definitely doesn't include the 7, and so we end up with that is a sum to 10, so it definitely stops there. And so now this has to be a 2-cell sum because neither that cell nor that cell can be 1. And so this is a 2-cell sum with a 3. Oh, there's a Z-wing I could use as well. Excellent, excellent. Oh, yes, 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 I totally could have used the Z-wing. That would have been way slicker. Zach would probably have preferred that. Let's see. Okay, this can't be yellow anymore, because if this is yellow, it's not a single cell clue, and I don't have room to fit a single cell clue anymore. So then that is yellow because the path doesn't die. And so, yeah, so row 9 is done. That is yellow. Okay, so if I did do 3, 4, 1 here, then that could still get away with being a 2. That would work out just fine, I believe. Oh, this could maybe get away with doing something weirdo like that. I kind of feel like this number has to be a 9, but I think I could maybe shove a 9 here if the loop does that. That probably doesn't work, but I'm not going to think about it unless I have to. Okay. Yeah, so this can't be a 6 anymore. I definitely agree with that, because then it would do that. Right. This sum has to be 4 cells, because we know this is a single-digit sum. So if this is a single digit sum, it's a minimum of 8. So this number just has to be a 2. And so then we're actually sort of forced here to do all of that because of the fact that this can't be a double digit sum. So this is forced to be that long, and it can't possibly be any longer. 6, 5, 1. Okay, so if this is a 2-cell sum and it just connects across like that, then it is 4, 6. Helped by the fact that these are 4, 6, 9. I know that one's surely not a 9. But I think maybe I could do 6, 4, and then another sum over here. Because I do know there's a 3 and a 7 up here, so it does have some sort of appeal. Oh, apparently this is a naked single 4. That's weird. Let's see. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Okay, yes, it is a naked single 4. So those are 3, 7, 8. Okay, so now I can't be a 4, 6. Because of that being a naked single, this loop can't go up anymore. Because the loop would... if this loop came over like this, it would be forced to do that. And now I would have to make these digits... Well, I mean, I guess yeah, I'd have to make these digits sum to 20, which is definitely not going to work. I'd have to make these a 4, 6 pair, and these a 3, 7 pair, but this can't be 4, 6. Whatever reason you want. Sadly, we get the boring loop. Tragic. It would have been so much spicier if it had done that. Okay, so we get to run across here. These aren't 6 or 8, actually, if you look at where 8 goes, because that's of that 3, 7, 8 triple. So these are a 5, 9. That's not a 9 anymore. This seems to be a 6, 7, or 8. These numbers sum to at least 9, I'm noticing, because they aren't 1, 2, or 3. So they could be 4, 6. If not, they're 4, 5. Because one of them definitely has to be a 4, actually. That's one thing I can say. Because these numbers are at least 4. And if neither of them is 4, then it doesn't work. So that one is 4 for sure. That probably would have actually made it much easier to place this 4. And so this is 5 or 6. They have to sum to 10 for the reason above. Because of the 1s in box 4 and box 6. Okay, right. There's a 1 looking at those 2 cells, and virtually a 1 looking at this cell. Okay, so here's people's point. If I look at where the 1 goes in row 4, it definitely goes in one of these 2 cells by sudoku. And so none of these 3 cells can be a 1, so therefore that can't be a 5. So it is a 6. Slightly tragic, but what are you going to do? So can look at that. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could have said something like it's either going to be going there, or if it goes here, it would be 4, 5, 1 and would break the 1, 5 over there. So that I probably would have liked that better. Let's see. Oops, I extended that too long. So I know that this doesn't extend because this is a double-digit clue. So we can mark those as 5, 7, or 9. Sure. Okay, I can't possibly... Yeah, I can't possibly go up here, because if I go up here, it's going to break this 6 clue, because if I go up here, I'm going to be forced to do... Oh, no, maybe not. I could do maybe... Sorry, no, actually, I think that would be fine. I could do 5, 1. 5, 1, and then connect up and be done with it. Oh, these are both blue. Actually, all of this is blue for what it's worth. Oh, column 5 has this clue, right? Okay, so that would break the column 5 clue. That would definitely break the column 5 clue, right? So, so if I do go up here, I then have to go there. And now I can't possibly come here, so I have to go there. And now my path is complete, but as pointed out, I don't have a double-digit sum in this column. So I have to go down instead, like that. Good. Okay, well, this can't be a 9 for all of the previously noted reasons. So this is certainly small. It's a 2, 3, or... Well, it's not a 2 either, so this can only be a 3 or a 4, actually. Oh, maybe we could. Sorry, I think you're right. Sorry, Jaleb points out we could do that instead, and that would... Oh, sorry, no. That breaks our 6. Is why. And I can't do that. So that actually doesn't work. Right. So this number is minimum 2, because there's not a 1 there. So the minimum sum of these 3 cells is 2, 3, 5, which is exactly 10. However, they can't be 2, 3, 5 because it would make both of these 1. So this can't be a 3-cell sum, is what we have just proven. So it's a 2-cell sum with a 7 and a 3. Via somewhat strange note. Okay. So let us go ahead and mark all of this stuff. So it seems to me that that has become a 2, 8, 9. That is a 4, 6 pair, so that has become a 2. 2 doesn't go with 9, so this is a 5 or an 8. This is blue. Yeah, I'm trying to do the elegant version of this is not 5. I saw in my head that it didn't work, but it was a bit of a mess. Okay, that's probably the elegant way, is to use the fact that this needs to be part of a sum to 6, so it's certainly not a 7. can't be a 4 either, because that can't be a 2. And it actually can't be a 1, because that can't be a 5. So actually, that is a 6. Okay, that is much nicer than the thing I was doing with my life. So thank you for that, Selena. So that is an 8 for sure, because the other option was a 5, and that just doesn't work. So those cluster together. And so we go 4, 6. 1 there, 8 there, 4 there. 3, 7, 8. 9. Okay, and so this 6, 1 needs to go with a 3, because it certainly can't go with a 4. That's too big. So we finish our 10 line there. And then we fill in the rest of the digits. And 5. Very nice. I enjoyed that. Oh, I should fill in the red line. I enjoyed that one quite a lot. Very nice, Jay. The break-in took us a bit, but the break-in was quite cool. I liked the way of sort of narrowing down where these things were. Uh-oh, one more red line. Oh, no. Yeah, the start was tough, and then it sort of was a lot smoother from there. Very, very neat idea. There were a couple parts at the beginning that required you to realize that there were 2 possibilities, but both of them had a commonality. Like the hardest spot for me, because it was buried in so many other if-thens, was the fact that this 13 clue always had to be 3 cells, because either it was the start of the loop or it wasn't the start of the loop, and in both cases, it had to be at least 3 cells. That was certainly the part that sort of took the longest. In fact, I had proven that this cell was yellow before we even got there. But I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back with another puzzle in not too long. So see you all shortly. All right, welcome back. We are going to do an agent puzzle next. We're going to start with the sample puzzle. We're going to do the sample puzzle, and we have the sample puzzle answer over here to figure out as we sort of figure it out, and then we'll do the real puzzle unless the example puzzle takes us 2 hours. Okay, so let us try and wrap our heads around this puzzle, which is listed as a double cave puzzle, apparently. So we need to shade some cells in the grid so that there are exactly 2 groups of orthogonally connected unshaded cells. And all shaded cells are connected by other shaded cells to an edge of the grid. Okay, so the shaded cells are like the wall of the cave, and then we've got 2 different floors of the cave. Okay, place a digit from 1 to 6 into every unshaded cell, so every floor cell, leaving shaded cells empty. Digits may not repeat in any row or column. So sort of traditional Japanese sums. Clues outside the grid give the sum of digits in each contiguous sequence of unshaded cells in their respective row or column. For a given row or column, either all clues are given or no clues are given. So traditional Japanese sum stuff. Each letter represents a different digit from 0 to 9. A question mark may represent any digit from 0 to 9, but double digit numbers, the first digit can't be 0. So just the traditional no being a dick rule that this really is a 2-digit number. It's not like 02 or something. And 2 orthogonally adjacent unshaded cells must have opposite parity. So that feels like it's going to be big, and you'll notice that in Agent's example puzzle, Agent has done the shading for that. Also, I noticed by the way, this is the example puzzle that we're about to do, but I was just looking at it for doing that. Okay, and it's interesting that sort of like the thing can be totally on the interior. Okay, so let's try and do this first. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is an 8 by 8. So, so we could do that at best, but we could, I think, move that all down. Yeah, so there are 3 ways to make a sum of B and 3 ways to make a sum of A. So the smallest number that there's 3 ways to make the sum is 5. And so I think A and B could be 5, 6, or 7. Are there really 3 ways to make 7, 1, 6, 2? Yes, there are 5, 6, or 7 are the only ways, I believe, to make those work because of the fact that they need to show up 5 times. And so we know that there's sort of a length 1, a length 2, and a length 2 in these, although they could be in any order. So if that's out, then we know that those are all in. 6, 1, 5, 2, 4. Sounds like 3 ways to me. Oh, we have a C question mark clue. Okay, that's good. So C is definitely 1 or 2. I even scanned to see what digits showed up as first digits and concluded only question marks showed up as first digits, but that was not, in fact, correct. This double A here showing up actually is going to tell me that A is definitely not 7 or 6, because this would sum to more than 21. So if I made a 7, for example, the digits in this column would sum to 17 plus 7, which is more than I can do in my head, but it's too many. So therefore A can only be 5, actually, because even 6 would be too big. 16 plus 6 is 22. So A just is 5. Selena has identified a consequence of the rule, which is that you can't make your B's. Oh, Zeta's camera could be smaller. That is a good point. Boop, 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 boop. Shrink the Zeta. B can't actually be 6 because of the fact that you need to make all of your sums alternate in parity. And so alternating in parity would mean that your sum to 6 would have to be an odd number of cells. No, even numbers. Right. 2 cells always sum to an odd number, so you can't make 2 cells sum to 6. So you could make 3 cells sum to 6, but you certainly can't make 6 in 3 different ways with 1 or 3 cells, only 2. So this has to be a 7 because of that. So that is handy to know as well. Okay, so this really is... Okay, so if B really is 7, that means that all of these are floor and these 2 are cave. Because of that. Okay, and now... Oh, one of my A's gets to be a single 5. So this row sums to 15. So there's no 6 in this row. So if these aren't both floor, then my floor looks like this, I know. Oh, my floor can't look like that. Right? Probably because of this clue, because this is a 15. What's the minimum length of a 15 clue? The minimum length of a 15 clue is... Oh, that's true. Yeah, AAA battery was here. I missed the puzzle with a AAA clue. So sad. So a 15 clue is a minimum of 3 cells. And so if I don't make this part of the floor, then I can't actually make this work, because although that nominally looks like it works, it doesn't, because I can't make 4 cells sum to 15 like that. I could make these 4, 5, 6, but then I'd have to make this 5. That doesn't work. So actually, this can't be wall. This has to be floor. And so, again, that means that these have to be a double length one, because I can't fit 2 double length ones over here. And now caves have to connect to the wall, or sorry, caves have to connect to the border, I should say. So that forces that. And now there's actually only one way to make this work, because if I make that blue, then I can't make anything else. So I've got to do that. And we have our example puzzle digit, which is that digit is a 5. This example puzzle is fancy enough. We'll bring out Zach for the example puzzle digit dance. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Ooh. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. This is an example of a digit dance, indeed. So yeah, so this sums to C question mark. C. I like that there's a B and a D at the start of this one. Let's see, B and A over here. A is 5. If this cell is blue, this one is 2, because the last digit, the last cell in this row sums to 5. And same over here. If this one is blue, this one is 2. So I guess maybe in row 1, I should ask myself, is it possible that... So I know, yeah, I've got my sum to something D. Maybe that's not so helpful. Yeah, we can certainly fill in the 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't hurt. Okay, so if this is not, so this is Garen's point. If this isn't part of the question mark clue, then I have to fit a question mark clue N to B. But that's a problem because B is 7. And so B is itself at least 2 cells long. So this has to be part of the question mark clue, which means that the C clue is actually here. And, oh, I don't have a no checkerboard rule in this, do I? Because I can have a checkerboard as long as the 2 checkerboards are part of different cave areas. I bet that is the exact reason why this puzzle was made. Let's see. So this is part of a double-digit sum. So we know at least that has to be part of the floor. Let's see. Can't I have as many checkerboards as I want as long as the 2 sides are on different pieces of the thing? Yeah, so okay, A. Right. So yeah, remember B is 7. So Jim points out this needs to be blue, because if this isn't blue, I don't have room for my double-digit sum and my 7. That's true that this sums to 20, so there's no 1, so that's not a 1 and that's not a 4. I agree with that assessment. B is again 7. So if either of these is blue, they're both blue. It doesn't necessarily immediately help me. Let's see. Again, A is 5. So if I knew a little bit more, I would know that I needed to be careful about this, because again, if the A sum, if this isn't part of the A sum, then the A sum definitely includes this cell. Oh, I see. Right. So the reason why that was super important is that now this isn't a 4. So Selena points out that now this is not a double-digit sum. So now I'm forced to do that, and B is still 7. So I'm forced to do that. So C is at, oh, sorry, I already know C is 1 or 2, never mind. I do agree with Selena's point that actually if you were to make 2 checkerboards with your 2 separate floors, then in the process of connecting the like sides, you would enclose between the 2 caves one of the walls. And so you can have at most one checkerboard. Normally you can't have any checkerboards in a cave puzzle, but that's because usually there's only one contiguous piece of floor. It is very mean, by the way, that... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I thought in the example puzzle there weren't any checkerboards, even though there was allowed to be, but there's exactly one checkerboard. That's true. So Emma points out that definitely the B sum uses one of 1, 2, 3, because the options are it's either 1, 6, 2, 5, or 3, 4. So that's a virtual 1, 2, 3 triple. So these are always from 4, 5, 6. Sadly, we have no clues about these cells, but it is a good observation. If that's blue, then this is going to need to run all the way down. I don't know if that's interesting. Why can't it be 4, 6? Oh, right. Because parity stuff. Right. There's a adjacent digits are opposite parity, right? So yes, Zeta has completely forgotten the parity rule again. So one of these is a 5. So that means these aren't 2, 5. So they're either 1, 6 or 3, 4. Hey, Isabella, how are you doing? Okay, and so these two cells are the same parity, for example. So if this is a 5, that's a 3. I was trying to decide if the 5 is doing something. Ooh, pizza. Ooh. If C is 2, it would be very, very big for the clue in this column, of course. One moment. I'm so happy every time I remember to hit the mute button before I sneeze and remember where the mute button is. That's a good point. Yeah, this row has a B clue. And if it's not here, because remember B is 7, so it requires 2 cells, it's not there either. And now I've got to fit a 2-cell clue and a 1-cell clue over here. So this is always, in fact, blue. So the cave has to connect over here. Is a true statement. And yeah, there's an A over here. So the only way that this cell isn't blue is if this cell is blue and is exactly a 5. Because of the way the A works. If row 1, column 6 is blue, then these two are the same parity. Isn't that only if... Oh, okay, yes, that is true, yep. So in the world where this is blue, it's part of a double-digit sum, so that's blue. And now these things are connected, and so by the parity bouncing around, that means that these are both are a 1-3 pair, but I need a 1 or a 3 for this. That's gorgeous. So this is not blue. That's really sort of the key here, actually. That just to sort of say that without sort of hypothesizing about this cell, if these are 1, 3, then it breaks this. So these aren't part of the same floor. So they need to stay separated. And then a consequence of that is I can't put a floor tile here because then they won't stay separated. Okay. Not quite, Ron, because there are 2 different floors. And I might at some point color the floors. I'm not quite sure. Now, I would love to know for sure that there aren't, that this floor has to grow. Oh, I do know this has to grow, actually, because it's either summing to 5 or a double digit, and either way, it needs 1 more. And now it's definitely the one summing to a double digit, and so now these are both, now these are both, sorry, not these are both in, but that's definitely in because of my previous note about the fact that this can't be a 5 by Sudoku. So now all of this is 1 floor, at the very least. And I know that this is the other floor, at least. And I know one of these is cave, at least. They could both be part of the wall. Let's see. Question mark D. I don't know anything about D. D. I know D isn't 0, I suppose. It's possibly worth parity marking. The fact that the parities mean different things on opposite sides is a little bit strange, but maybe it is worth sort of having a little bit of parity highlighting. Oh, actually, wait. I know that these 2 are opposite parity, so I actually can sort of make it the same thing, right? Because if these 2 are the same parity, that parity would be odd. So, so I actually can sort of evenly parity color those. Even though I know these are different floors. There's no rule about 2x2s. Okay, let's see. There is still an A in this row somewhere. So yeah, so one of these definitely is a thing. I was just looking at that, but I don't see why this couldn't go. Oh, sorry, A is 5. Right, I was somehow like thinking this could be 10, which it can't for lots of reasons. So this is always blue. So it's the sort of, it's that parity, whatever that parity is, because these need to sum to 15. And actually, this, even if this is blue, these can't sum to 15 because the 4 would have to go on one of the ends because of the parity alternation. So that's actually always also part of my cave adventures, no matter what I do. Okay, so we've got a sum to 15 and a sum to 5. So we don't have any 1s, remember, in this column, but we have everything else. So there's definitely a 6 inside the sum to 15 for whatever it's worth. That's a good point. Question mark A always needs, well, it can't have 4 digits in it, because 4 digits definitely sum to an even, is Jim's point. And we know it doesn't have 3 digits because it would be 4, 5, 6, and that doesn't work. So in fact, my 15 is actually a sum of 5 digits. And so that makes that always part of it. And one of these is the last one, but it can't be that one because it would break the column clue. So we've got that. Yeah, 4 would sum to an even number. Because 4 would be 2 evens and 2 odds. 2 evens and 2 odds sum to an even number, and 15 isn't even. Oh, wait. Sorry. 4, 5, 6. It wasn't that 4, 5, 6 didn't work. It was that 4, 5, 6 didn't work in those cells. Sorry, it was that couldn't be 4, 5, 6. But you're right. If we actually make it 5 cells, that's a problem because there are only 5 cells in the column in total. So you're right. So this has to be 3 cells. Sorry. Okay, I understand now. Yeah, that. So those are both gray. So these are 4, 5, 6. And so that has to be, in fact, actually exactly that, which makes that a 5 and a 1. Which does indeed make C now 2. So now this is 3, 4, and that is a 6. So now C is at least a 5-cell sum. So both of those are blue. But if you look at it, because of parity, these are different floors. So this is that floor. And because of that, that makes both of these gray. God, it's going to be horrible if the 2 floors aren't offset in the actual puzzle, because this puzzle sort of has so relied on the 2 floors being offset. Okay, so in particular, that lets us blue dash those. So this number is odd. Gray doesn't have to connect to gray. Gray just has to connect to the wall. Okay. Yeah, one of the... Okay, and right, the A sum is a 5, so these both have to be in that sum. Can't be a single-digit one. Oh, sorry, the gray line has to connect to the gray line. Yes. Sorry, the gray line on the floor needs to connect, right. So that means that this is all gray, because the gray has no choice but to connect sort of around the example. So these are gray, and these are gray, and these are gray, and these are gray. Which now lets me sort of parity do this whole business. So that is that parity. That's that parity. Those are that parity. So we get sort of the parity all the way around. And assuredly, therefore, this isn't green. Oh, I did it for the wrong one, didn't I? Oh, I did it right there. Wasn't that one right? Yeah, that one was right. So these two are the same. So that one's that one. These two are the same. And those two are the same, so this is the other one. So this one's actually correctly colored. It's gray, by the way. So we've got all of that. So certainly this needs to be part of the floor. Regardless, because if this is not part of the floor, it's never connecting. And it's not a 5, and this is a sum to 5, so that connects. And now we've got our one checkerboard in the puzzle, which is previously noted you can only have a checkerboard if it's between green and gray, and only one of them. So therefore now that's not a checkerboard. Now this gray needs to connect to gray. So now this blue needs to connect out like that. So we get that. That is 6, so that's gray. This needs to connect through there. So we sort of get to continue flowing out through here. I can ungray this. Oh, this is a 2-cell sum to 5, actually. So it's 1, 4, and we know the order. And likewise, this number is odd, so that's a 3, and that's a 2. Right, this can't be a checkerboard, Selena points out. Sorry, can't be a checkerboard, and this can't be a checkerboard, and so we can sort of parody both of those. And so now that makes all of this part of the gray floor, so it can't be part of the green floor. So we sort of end up with our isolated green floor over here. No checkerboard here. Excuse me. No checkerboard here either. That's 6 digits in this column, so those are both going to be wall. Oh, that is that color parity-wise. B is 7, A is 5. Right, so this could still be 1, 4. See, this number's odd, so it's 1 or 3 for whatever it is worth. Nicholas has spotted that these two sum to 5, so they have to be 2, 3, and we know the order. Oops, 3, 2, 4, 3. Okay. This is part of a single-digit sum, so certainly that has to be wall. So this is just A, so it's a 5. This is a 1 or nothing. This needs to be floor, because otherwise we don't connect. And now that's 6 digits in this row, so now that's gray. So now that's gray because it wouldn't connect otherwise. This digit is even, and it's not a 2 or a 4, so it's a 6. I notice. This digit's even, and it's not a 6 or a 4, so it's a 2, so that one's a 4. And so this digit's a wall because it would be even, and it sees every even. Okay. Column 3, B is 7, so that's a 1 and that's a 3, is being pointed out. That's a 3 because it's the last odd in the column. That's a 1 because it's the last odd in the row. That's a 5 because it's the last odd in the column. That's a 1. Okay, we know this is a D, whatever D is. So D is odd. D is 1 or 3 for what it's worth. And this is a sum to B. So it's either a 1, 2, 4 or a 2, 5. Oh, it can't be a 1, 2, 4, actually. This can't be a 1, 2, 4 because the 1 would go in the middle, and it would go here where there's already a 1. So this has to be a 2, 5. And so that's always wall. One of these two is a 5. Oh, and it's the only one that can be a 5, shockingly enough. So that one's a 5. So... okay, there's assuredly a clue that I've forgotten. Okay, these two sum to B, these two sum to A. Right. Okay, so this is either 1, 6 or 3, 4, but this assuredly isn't 3, 4 because then I can't make a 2-cell sum to A. So this has got to be 1, 6. So that is a 1. And so now this is 2, 3. Fortunately, resolves in the right way, it would seem. So now... okay, so now this number needs to sum to 11, Emma points out, and so this needs to be a 3 in order to make that happen. This is the only digit left in the row, so it's a 6. This is a 1 or a nothing, depending. Still a 1 or a nothing from that point of view. Okay, what clue am I missing that tells me whether this is 1 or nothing? Let's see. Oh, let's look at this. Oh, this is a 2 or a 4. But this just is a 4. There we go. Okay, so that's a 4. So that's a 2. So that's a 4. So that's a 6. So don't I not know whether this is a 1 or a wall? How am I ever going to know? I must be missing a really obvious rule here. Oh, the example puzzle is wrong. Check the LMD page. Okay, I am glad. Okay, I am glad that someone checked that. Okay, so now we get to do the real puzzle because the example puzzle only took us 43 minutes, so we have almost 50% longer to do the real puzzle. So here we go. Yeah, so this all shows up on screen, so it is okay. So now we've got 9 of the numbers. Okay, so what are the numbers now that show up as first letters? So D and F, I see, both show up as first letters of double-digit clues. Are those the only ones? So those are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm probably missing one based on my usual ability to determine things. I do have this row. Yeah, I wasn't going to bother fixing it, but if it will bother Tristan, I will try and make it show up just a little bit more. It will make the other part hang off, but do you like that part hanging off better, Tristan? Or do you want me to resize it and make all future puzzles smaller? That seems like a worse option. I think that's probably good, right? So because of this piece here, I have to include, let's see, it's, okay, well, these certainly have to be included in cave cells because I can't have the things not work. And so now I need 2 of these. So so regardless, this is in, right? Because if that's out, no, that still works. Oh, Tristan just put the wrong puzzle in to start with. That's funny. Because we were never doing the KNT puzzle. I swear there's more cells that have to be highlighted than this. But maybe I am... Oh, sorry. Right. Sorry. So, this is the earliest I can start the second. So the second one has to fit in these, is the point. That's the thing that I need to keep in mind, because the second and third one can't touch these because that's the first and last one. And so if I now look at this, now I can't omit that, because if I do, it doesn't work. And so now I need to fit one in these, or sorry, I need to fit one 2-cell one in these, so it's that. Okay, yeah, every third sounds like what I remember it's supposed to be. So we've got that, and that agrees with my memory. Okay, and so... Right. So, and keep in mind, one of these could be 3 cells long. But Garian's point is one of them is 2 cells long because there's only 9 digits. And so E is odd regardless, because one of these is a 2-cell sum that ends in E. So E is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, at the very least, is one thing that we have learned from this debacle. Let's see. I was hoping to see something that interacted in some way, shape, or form with this string of clues. I guess I've got this sort of like double digit ending in J, double digit ending in H business going on over here. That's true. Nicholas points out this triple clue actually means that C is at most 5, because this could be 15, 15, 15, but can't be any bigger than that. So, and C can't be 0. And in fact, C can't be 1 because there's 2 different ways to make it. And so it can't be 2 either because there's 2 different ways to make it. Keep in mind, 3 is okay because it could be 3 and 1, 2, because it doesn't have to be 2 2-cell ways to make it. Does C have to be odd? Yeah, that's harder to see. But I guess the point is either these are all 3 cells, in which case C is exactly 5, or at least one of them is 2 cells, and whichever one of them is 2 cells is definitely going to make C odd. So yeah, so that definitely does indeed mean that C is odd. So C is in fact 3 or 5. Okay. Column 4 also tells us that F is odd for the same exact reason. F is odd, and we already knew F was small, but we now know F is odd because of the same thing. Again, and F actually can't be 5. So in fact, F is just 1 or 3. One of these is legitimately 2 cells long. So it's 1 or 3. Okay. That is pretty cool. I would like to know that D is 1 or 3 so I can get that C is 5, because that feels like it would have nonogram implications. I think it would have rather significant nonogram implications if C was 5. Oh, actually, I don't think I know that it's 3 3. I don't think that it being 5 immediately means that it's 3 cell sums, does it? It could be like two cell sums and a 5 length cell sum. Yes. E does have to be quite small, because of this row is actually going to be the point. Because if E is even as big as 3, actually, then this row now sums to more than 45. So in fact, E just is 1, actually. This row actually tells me that E can only be 1. And so we will do our E is 1 dance. Ba-boop-a-doop, woo! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah! Ba-doop-a-doop, wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So then F is 3 and C is 5. And D is now at least 2, which means this is at least a 20. Okay, but I have absolutely no idea what to do with this in terms of what's forced, because it could be like 2, 2, and 5. It does mean there's definitely 9 digits in this row for whatever it's worth. Like, is it possible that this is out even? It's not possible that this is out. I don't have an intelligent proof, but if this is out, that's out too, and now I need to fit 9 digits in 2 gaps. So it's always 9 digits in 2 gaps that are needed. So I can only burn 1 space, and so I can never burn these 2, I guess is that's my intelligent way of phrasing it. So these are both in, and this one is a double-digit clue at the bottom. If you look at it, it's a question mark H. I don't have any idea what H is yet. This is part of a 3 clue. So this number is a 1, 2, or 3 for sure. Which means that this is always blue. Because even if I made this blue, I could not make those 2 sum to 15. Oh, there's an E clue in this column. Oh, very handy. There's an E clue in this column, which means there's a 1. So I can't use a 1 in this sum to 3. So this just is a 3 with a wall above it, and we'll get our 3 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop-boo-doop, wah! Thank you again, Zach. Thank you. So this is definitely even. Yeah, this is either part of the E clue or the C clue, and the C clue has to be 1 cell because it's not 1, 4, or 3, 2. So this is either a 1 or a 5, is Selena's point, which I agree about. I don't think I have... I mean, I know the cell's even. Do I know that... I mean, I don't even think B is likely to be odd, is it? If B's odd, it's big. So if this becomes cave, then I know B is even. But I don't... Do I know anything about B, really? I don't know. I guess I have a B clue at the bottom of this column as well, but that doesn't really tell me much. Uh, Josh is correct. This floor is different from this floor, just by counting the fact that both of these are odd. So I'll make this the gray floor and this the green floor. As we go ahead and do that. I think I did it right. Something H, yeah, the C, whatever. Let's see, what else do I know? The other odd numbers are huge. We were coloring both which floor it was and parity. I think it worked well last time. Yeah, so this D clue is at least 20-something. It's either 20-something or 40-something. Are you saying you want to color this floor purple instead? We can make this, we can make it purple and green. Do I know that J isn't 0? I don't think I have a singleton J clue. So I think if D is 4, J is 0 or 2. But maybe there's a single J clue, and despite my looking for it, I haven't found it yet. It sounds like no. Let's see. The down here is kind of interesting. Let's see. C is 5. So yeah, I've got my 2 5s coming down here. He did work. So we can keep in mind that the outies in this row sum to 3. So the outies in this row are either oh wow, Josh has been a member for 40 or for, not for 42 months, for 24 months, almost 42 months. Let's get you a member dance, Josh. Woo! That's 2 full years. Thank you, Zach. And thank you so much, Josh. That really puts you sort of like in the OG category. So the outies sum to 3. So the outies are either a single 3 that doesn't appear in this line, or a 1 and a 2. Is there some parity reason why I know which one it is? I don't think so. Oh, right. I don't know the exact sum of the row. Sorry. Sorry, I just know the outies sum to at most 3, right? These don't have, for some reason in my brain, I just filled in that these had to be exactly 10. I can't even begin to know why my brain made that connection, but that was what my brain had decided was happening. Oh, F is 3. That's pretty interesting for this clue, that I had not appreciated. Unfortunately, that only means it's at least 4 cells long, so there's still lots of slack. But that clue is huge, for whatever it is worth. This column also, I think this is also a 1 or a 3, actually, if you look at it, because there's an F and an E at the top of this column, which are 3 and 1. And so I think this is 1 or 3, right? And so this is part of the green floor, because of the way the parity has worked. I was trying to decide if that told me something about something. Like, these can't both be 1, but I don't know that that really is, like, telling me anything immediately. If one of them is 1, it certainly tells me that its thing is actually longer. Like, if this is 1, both of those turn blue instantly because of that. Right. Right, there actually is wall above both of these, Emma points out, because this thing is either that 1 cell clue or that 1 cell clue. Oh, right, that's not the one that sums to 11. That's the one that sums to 11. Sorry, it's if this one is a 1, it forces both of those to be blue. But yeah, both of these are 1 cell sums. Yes, I went from deciding that these were both 10 and these were both 11 to deciding they were all 11. Let's see. That's true. 10 is always at least 3 cells because you can't do a 3 cell sum to 10. No, you can do a 3 cell, or sorry. No, you can't do a 2 cell sum to 10. Sorry. You can't do a 1 or 2 cell sum to 10. You can do a 3 cell sum to 10. So yeah, so it is true that either we use all digits 1 through 9, or these are all 11. Those are the two sort of options. Because as soon as we use one thing that's not... Right, because the 10 having to be 3 cells is interesting, because as soon as one of them is 3 cells, then it's done. So yeah, so one of these is at least 11 itself, I guess is the point. And so if there are any outies in this row at all, the point is that those outies sum to at most 2. So either 1 is an outie, 2 is an outie, or there are no outies. Those are the options for the way that this row works. We have now proven, I believe. I don't think there's any bishop rules on blue that I can do at the moment, Nicholas. Yeah, if this is 3 cells, they're both... if this is 3 cells, it's those 2 cells, and these are both even. Yeah, so if this is 1, these are both even. Ah, that doesn't work. I can't put 2 evens in this sum, because every sum needs an even. Right. Right. Okay, that's the point. Every sum needs an even, so you only get 1 even per sum. So this can't grow on both sides, which it would have to if this was a 1. So this is a 3. And it has an 8 on one of its sides. Because it can't grow on both sides. And likewise, this can't grow on both of its sides, so it can't be a 1, because the only way it would work is 1, 9, and I can't make it 1, 9 either. So I don't think this can be 1 either, unfortunately. So I think that makes this a 5. For the same reason, because 1, 9 is not a valid option. 5 is C, so that means we do have an E up here. That's a 1. And that is pink. And 3 is F, so that means this is gray. And E is 1, so there's a 1 somewhere. There's some sort of like border argument about how these 3s connect that's going to, like, in some complicated way argue that, like, this cell can't be pink, for example. I think this cell has to be green. Right? Because if this cell was pink, yeah, if this cell was pink, it would certainly, the 3s, in order to connect, would need to go around it, and they can't because it's too close to the border. So this cell's definitely green. I think this cell could just maybe get away with being pink if my greens did that. Yeah, certainly this is, sorry, this one's easier. I cared more about this one. This one assuredly is not pink, because if pink connects to pink, then definitely green is having problems. So that's definitely pink. So this being green means it's odd. So this is 1, 7, or 9. This being pink means it's odd. So this is 1, 5, 7, or 9. Oh, I argued one way and then marked it wrong. Yes, I carefully argued that this can't possibly be pink and then marked it as pink anyway. That is amazing. So sorry. So it's actually green is correct. And so it's actually even. Okay. And if this is 1, again, it would need 2 evens, and it can't have 2 evens. Because it would need to grow by 2, and it just can't. So again, this is not 1. This is a 7 or a 9. Okay. So it goes with a 4 or a 2 for whatever limited amount that is worth. If this isn't blue, all three of these are, and it would have to be a single-digit sum. Is that interesting? Like if I'm not connecting through here for pink, then I need to connect a single-digit sum down here, which is very restricted, but I don't think it's broken restricted. Yes. So I need to get to a double-digit number here, which I can't do with only one cell because this cell is at most 8 because it's even. So this cell's always blue, as Ambrose's point, and now this column is double digits, so that is always blue. So now this needs to get to the wall. And this is a pink to pink connection, so that can't be gray, because the usual you can't put a checkerboard in a cave puzzle logic actually applies if both floors are pink, because you'd have to connect the floor to the floor, and in so doing you would isolate the cavey bits. So we actually get that, and now this we know is separate because of well, for lots of reasons. So this is blue and it's an 8, and then this is a wall to separate it. And then this is blue because it's a double-digit sum. That's wall. This is blue, and it's a 2 or a 4 because it sums to 11 with that digit. And again, I can't make this another even digit, so this is also wall, which does indeed make that blue by connectivity, because this needs to get out. Selena asked, does it? But I don't know what that goes with. Oh, yeah, pink could just... Right, pink could just continue to like be isolated to this top corner. That would be very disappointing and heartbreaking, but it's possible. We don't know that the pink cave is bigger than this amount yet. Now, if that is true, H is odd, so H would have to be 7 or 9. Right. This is an even digit that gets this number up to a double digits, and so 8 is gone, so 6 is actually the only option. We are indeed in the all 11 universe. Let's see, F is 3, so could this really sum to 13? I guess it could. I don't think I know that this isn't just like literally 6, 7, 8, 9. Do I, Mekti? Let's see, and B I don't really know anything about. Yeah, this is even. 2, 4, or 8. So if this is blue, there's still 2 more blues, is I guess the point. Because of the way parity works. see. I can somehow try and mark off the ones of these that are done, so I stop looking at them. Maybe I'll just do that. And that. So we've got just a single question mark H, but we have absolutely no idea what H is. I have no idea what color this floor is. I think this floor is going to turn out to be pink because that would be the most interesting. If this is floor, it's green. Doesn't really say much. Should mark D, and D is 2 or 4. Row 3, column 9. This is definitely part of a C sum. So this is certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this is certainly, and it's not 3. So this is from 1, 2, 4. Oh, and it's not 1, because we've said there's actually no 1 in the entire puzzle, or in the entire row. So that's actually a 2, 4, and a 7, 9. Okay. So, so that indeed tells us that it is pink, as foretold. So the pink does have to get out. Shockingly, I'm sure everyone is shook. So the pink needs to get out because it needs to connect over there. Very surprising. I don't know what it does, but I suppose it technically does something. I mean, I guess if this is blue, it's the last even in the entire column, which is kind of interesting. Do I know that so if this is blue, A and B are 7 and 9. Do I know for sure somehow that A and B aren't 7 and 9? Because if this is blue, it's the last even in the column. And so oh, sorry, no, not quite, because this B could just be a single cell one. Never mind. Right. This green, this pink can't connect up through there, so it's going to need to go down and eventually sort of connect around through here in some way, shape, or form. The only way that works is if my blue comes up through here. Agree. Does it need to connect through row 1, or could it connect through row 2? Oh, right, there's still some blue up here, so we certainly have to get to row 1 eventually. So these two grays need to come down, is another consequence of that, because these grays are not getting to the wall around that connection. Now, unfortunately, Right. Green definitely doesn't touch pink, so green definitely goes through those cells, and this is definitely wall. I agree, and in fact, actually, green goes through these cells as well. And again, just for my sanity, this is green. And I know this is at least 1 cell longer. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can we can do the blue flashes. So blue flash. Oh, I guess I should do blue flash for even, shouldn't I? It probably will make life saner if I make blue flash for even. And so that's even, so that's odd, so that's even, and that's even. These are even. That's even, and that's even. 3, 6, 9. Ah, yes, this starts with a single cell 5 clue, so we probably know that that's a 5, Garion points out. Very good. And now this is a 2 cell 5 clue, because there's no such thing as a 3 cell 5 clue, because of that. So this is 1 or 3, and this needs to get out for sure. So blue flash that cell. Okay, and so now this is my question mark G sum. Let's see. Do know there's at least some coming down this column. It's almost certainly the sum to B. Right? Just by looking at this row. I certainly know there's at least one clue over here, and it seems unlikely that my 2 clues are, that it's actually 2 clues there, and this is part of the 30. But it's maybe not impossible. How do I know that, Selena? How do I know this is even? Oh, D just is even. Thank you. Sorry, I did not realize D was a digit that we knew something about. So yes, so it's only even if I add this. So this is going to be odd. It is going to be 3, 7, or 9. I was really trying to figure out, like, oh, I'm going to run out of evens over here or something. Feels like almost assuredly that's going to be something, and it's going to be the last odd in the row, but who knows? Yes. This now has to do that. And so, oh, right. I know F is odd, right? F is 3, so that's not a 3. So this is a 4 or 6. There. E is 1. Let's see. This gray has to get out at the very least. And remember, the outies in this column sum to 6. So they could be 1, 2, 3, or 2, 4, or 1, 5, or a single 6, because this column sums to 39. Oh, we have our exactly 1 checkerboard. There we go. Haha, yes. We have our exactly 1 checkerboard, and therefore we get no more checkerboards. Very nice. And so we know actually this connects up through here. We know this extends over here. And that's all the digits, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's all the digits for this row. So now we get that. So this connects down. That can be tabbed as blue. Okay, this is going to add to question mark J. This pink still needs to grow. This now is gray by the fact that I don't get any more checkerboards. This is gray by the fact that I don't get any more checkerboards. Probably 17 more things are gray by the fact that I don't get any more checkerboards. Okay, so now this is definitely part of a sum to B because I now only have one sum over here. So this is part of a sum to B, which is God knows what. And then we've got our sum to F over here because this is definitely part of the sum to F. So like this could be a single B or it could be multi-B empire, who knows. Let's see. It's part of a sum to DJ. Okay, so this is part of a sum to 20. So assuredly my sum to 20 needs to come at least to this cell. Maybe in some weird world it doesn't go any further than that, but it goes at least this far. These could be like 7, 9. Actually, even, sorry, 20. So actually, sorry, I don't think it can be 3 cells, because if it's 3 cells, then it's even. And I can't get to 22, because 22 would be DD, and 21's not an option. So actually, this always does extend one further at least. Down to there. Let's see. Are you counting cells in column in this column? Or maybe, oh, I bet you're counting cells in this column, aren't you? Yes, you're counting cells in this column, right? Okay, sorry. You did this way. And it was way simpler than what I was trying to do. Oh, was 20 actually possible? 794, you're right. Sorry, that one was right, but that one was wrong. But it is true that this is the last even of this column, so the A sum is definitely 7 or 9. Over here. Right, this is part of a 30 sum, so it always extends at least one right. Yeah, it could be 479 exactly over here. Right, because there's a question mark F clue here, so that extends, right? Down to there, good. Question mark F is 13. Let's. Right. Okay, yes. So, right. The next clue in this column is a 1 because E is 1. And so if I make that a cell, it's going to be a 1, but 1 is not even. And this is supposed to be even. So this is always gray. So that actually does make this a 30, which makes those both blue. So that, and so these are 6, 8, and these are 7, 9. To make that all work out. So this number is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If this is a 1-cell sum, then B has to be 2 or 4. Oh, sorry, this is odd because of just parity stuff. So B is not 1, 3, or 5, so this must continue, is the point. Because we know what 1, 3, and 5 are, and none of them are B, so this always continues. Now, it could nab another cell and have B be a larger even number. That I don't know, but at least I know this is a 2 or a 4. Okay, this is a single cell sum. This is a double cell sum, because this is the question mark H. So we've got to go at least to there. Question mark H. Is there any way that this sums to question mark H? So definitely sums to an odd number. And that odd number is at most 18. Sorry, that odd number is at most 17. So this would have to be... So H would have to be 7 if this stops. Yes. If this is blue, it creates an extra checkerboard. Because if this is blue, then I run into the problem that that's green and that's pink, so I have to make that a cave, but that doesn't work. So that is always cave. Very good observation. Yes, this 6 looks down. Thank you. So that is an 8, and that is a 6. Is conflict checker off, or is it just not work for this? I probably have conflict checker off because the last puzzle I worked on did not conflict checker or something. So we have that. It's interesting. If this is blue, it's the last blue for the row. It's the last even for the row. Yes. Okay, yeah. So, Carl is pointing out that I can't extend this 13 anymore, because if I extend it 1 more, the sum is now even. If I extend it 2 more, the sum is now even. So I have to actually extend it 3 more, but my 5 numbers now can't sum to 13, especially not when the first one is 7, 9. So this is the other 4, 6. Is the point there. Okay. Nicholas says I can resolve what D is now, but I don't quite see it. If D is 4, row 12, column 12, I don't see this connection. Okay, yeah. So if this is blue, then it's green, which doesn't work because it would force another checkerboard. Right. Okay, yeah. So Josh has a good point. I need green to go through this column, and it hasn't yet. So the last clue here is green. So pink needs to make it over here. The only way pink can possibly do that is through this cell. And that cell I actually know is a 1 by my clue, if I go ahead and try and keep up with those. And so that becomes pink as well. We may have collectively lost our minds just a little bit. It's very possible. I did suspect there might be a little bit of mind losing involved in doing this puzzle, which I have not been. If I make this a digit, it makes the rest of this row really tight, but I don't quite know that it breaks, but it definitely makes it very tight. Neither works given pencil marking. I still don't understand what's going on with people looking at this in D. I mean, I believe that people are probably right, but I don't understand it. I don't think I'm trying to decide what H is if this clue ends here. Let's see, I'm being told this is a digit. Yep, this is a digit, right? Because be at the column clue, right? Because if this is not a digit, neither is that, and I've got to fit a 2-cell clue in here. So yeah, so that's definitely a digit. And then there's yet another one down here. It's part of a sum to presumably 11. And cell sum to A, and then single cell sum in that column. F. Okay, so these two need to sum to 5, right? There's no way that these sum to 23, right? Oh, I guess no. They could sum to 23 if they're... Oh, no. They can't sum to 23 because actually, wait, no, 698 would work, right? Darn it. So this could be 698 if it's 23. So that's one option. Or it could be 2413 summing to 13. I guess that was probably not worth it to mark down, but I marked it anyway, so we have to live with the decisions of our past or something. Okay. Oh, I already knew this was pink. I was going to say this is definitely pink because otherwise something checkerboard, but so this end, funnily enough, it has to connect over to this wall. Because if this end doesn't connect to this wall, I separate green, I think, right? It's like if it connects, say, to this wall, I immediately disconnect green, but that still disconnects green because the green's got to get over there. So yeah, so somehow, now that this is like completely chopped off over here, this gray's got to get over there. Now, I don't know that what on earth it getting over there is going to do me. I mean, I guess it does mean one of these is gray. Okay, so one of these is... Oh, maybe it's not true that one of those is gray. Necessarily, I could squeeze green around just through there or something, possibly. Yes, I think I could. Let's see. Okay, so in this column, I do know that the only remaining passage is green. So like this clue I know is green because I need to get green through the bottom of this column. And so if this cell is gray, pink never makes it to these columns of the grid at all. So that feels like an important kind of observation to make. Okay, now on the other hand, I actually do know this clue has to be green. So I actually do know that pink never makes it... Oops. So I do actually know that pink never makes it over here. So actually, it's maybe very possible that pink never makes it out of this column. So it is true, sort of my checkerboarding over here is completely forced because I only have room to get green back over. Unfortunately, I don't think that tells me anything exciting. I was hoping to have some like one cell clues or something that I could do something with by using that sort of connectivity business. Okay, I likewise know this has to be green for the same reason, because the if this were pink, I would have this green sort of connecting to green over pink, and then pinks would be separated. So we've got that. And in fact, actually, because that's green, actually that applies to all of these clues. Wait, is that true? Yes. Yes, that is true. Yeah, even though I was assuming that it touched the bottom, but I'm not assuming that it touches the bottom. I'm just assuming that green can't connect above pink, because if green connects above pink, then we have an issue. But I don't think I know this isn't pink. I think is the one exception. I think that could just get away with being pink, possibly. So yeah, so we're back to like the weird world of like if B doesn't continue, then this is 2 or 4. So then B and D would be a 2-4 pair. Yeah, that was sort of why I marked this, was to argue that these are all green. But I might as well mark it while I am at it. And like if I want to sort of continue, these are pink, and that one is green. And so that one is green by the same sort of logic, and that one is green by the same sort of logic. The A in column 3. Right. This is pink. Why does that mean the A has to be pink? I do know the A is one cell, at least. This is B in row 5. And so, B in row 5 is big. Because if it's just the sum of these two, it's odd, in which case it's 7 or 9. And if it's even, it's the sum of these 3, in which case it's minimum 6. So B is always 6, 7, 8, or 9, which means that this cell definitely is part of the sum to B. Okay, and now I'm out of evens, so this is definitely gray, and I'm out of checkerboard, so this is definitely gray. So, and I know I've got a one-cell sum to 5 in here somewhere. B is now odd. That's true, because it's the sum of an even and an odd. So A and B are now a 7-9 pair. So that means that's gray, right? Because if this were, yes, thingy thing. Okay, avoid a checkerboard. Oops, sorry. Avoid a checkerboard. Sleep well, Nicholas. So yeah, so we've got all the odd letters. So all remaining letters are even. That is true. Okay, so H in particular is even. 0, 0, 0. Yes, 0. But H is even, and so I can't throw in an extra odd number. If I throw in an extra odd number, it won't be even anymore for the question mark H clue. Right. 4 plus 1 isn't going to work because I'm supposed to get to 7 or 9. So that's never a 1. B. B is odd. So this sum to question mark B needs another cell. Needs another 2 cells, actually, right? Because currently this has an even sum. And adding an even to it won't work. So we've got to add one more after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, is this a double-digit sum and I just never fixed it? Yeah, this is a double-digit sum and I never fixed it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, okay. So the last cell in this is the green digit over here, wherever it may roam. CC question mark E. So this is a double digit sum, so this is even for sure. This question mark H is even, right? So we've got to go at least one more down. And this is my last odd for the column, so this is 7 or 9, for what it is worth. And then I either go through... another... Oh, but I could... Wait, no. So this is always out, is the point. Because if this was in, it would be part of this, but it would be the last odd in the universe. Or sorry, it would be an odd in the universe that doesn't exist. So I think that's always out. I think you will agree with me. Right. This is an odd green because all the evens in the row are gone. And so odd green goes there, graying that, evening that, evening that. Okay. These can't connect because this gray still needs to get to the wall. Mark G. Oh no, this is a single digit clue. Okay. So this number here is a 3 because this is a single digit sum. And so now that has to be gray, is Selena's point. So that's pretty nice. So this is only a 7 or 9, I'm going to point out, because I know that I just saw 1, 3, and 5. Question mark H. This is gray. Both of these are gray. Row 6. Okay, this needs to be an 8 because we need to get a double digit thing. There we go. Okay, so this is an 8. Agree. So I actually know the sum of 2, 4, and 6. So I guess it's just a question of what this odd number is. Maybe we could actually work out what that had to be. This needs to be a single digit sum, although not necessarily one long. We do still need to smuggle this. This, like, could get smuggled to there, even, potentially, I think. It may well have to. Depends also on, like, whether this connects or not. Like, if this connects to the wall, then it can just go around under there. But if not, then we've got some issues. I don't actually know what color this cell is, I think. 3, 4, 5. The last clue in this column is a B. The B is 7 or 9. So... okay, yeah. So it's odd in particular. So whether this cell is in or not, it's never a single cell sum to E, because this cell is definitely green, and if it's anything, and so even. So it'd always include that cell anyway. So that is gray. That is blue. This I know is green, again, just to mark it off. And hence it is odd. So this is 5, 7, or 9. These I do not know what they are. I don't quite know exactly what happens here. 4, 8 is what would happen. Okay. So again, like, this part's a little ambiguous at the moment as to whether this little dongle is green or pink. It does sum to 11, though, for what it's worth. So it's not 110 or 38. But I think all the other things seem like options to me. Let's see. The evens in columns 1 and 2 can... Oh, sorry. Column 12 this time. That is a 2, 4, and so this is a 6, 8. And if there's another even, it goes in one of those two cells, but there isn't necessarily another even. Oh, is it this piece? I think it's the fact that this piece has to get out through that piece. I think that's the point. Because this piece, I can't connect it to either this wall or this wall without separating green from green again. So this has to get out this way, some way or another. And if that's true, I think that does make this green, although I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. This limits H a bit, so H can be 4 if there's no more digits here, or if there's one more digit, oh, wait, column 6. Yes. Sorry. It can do that kind of thing. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, so, this is a 2, 4, or 6. So, the fact that this is a 2, 4, or 6 added to 4 means that H is, in fact, a 6, an 8, or a 0. Oh, sorry, or it could just be a 4. It's not a 2. H is not 2, because this could also be gray, in which case I'm adding 0 to it. But H is not 2, so we have that on our sides. Let's see. Row 10, column 1. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see. Garian says this is gray. Because this thing is even. And so it can't be 2 cells long, so it's at least 3 cells long. So that's always blue. I agree. And if that's gray, it's not even, right? If this cell's gray, yeah, if this cell's gray, then this is even plus odd is odd. So this is also actually blue regardless. Let's see. If this is gray, then it does work out to be even. No more checkerboard. Row 7, 10 of column 6. Do I know this isn't 241? I definitely agree about this one. If this, sorry, if this is blue, then if this is blue, then all of these are blue because of the no checkerboards, and then I can't get to more than 3 clues. So this is definitely gray. And yeah, if this is blue, that's blue, and I run into the same problem. So this is definitely... Wait, sorry, it was... If this is blue. No, it's if this is blue that it doesn't work. So that's gray. There we go. And so here's our one clue. Here's our other clue down here. Okay, and the clue here is an A clue, but I don't know anything about it. And the clue here is a green clue. Let's see. Yes. So what we've learned here is that this is Ambrose's point. These are all pink. There are no pink cells in this column. So therefore that cell's gray. Aren't you right? I think you're right. If this cell was blue, it would be a green touching a pink. And likewise, this is also gray because it would create a checkerboard otherwise. And so now, actually, that... Oh, sorry, no, there's one up there. Sorry, the... question mark C is 15. And it's in green. So it could be 2 cells long. I guess it could be 2 cells long and be any 2 cells, right? Could be 25, right? Could be 25. Yeah, that. I was mostly just seeing if there were any cells that had to be blue, so I was trying to minimize it, but did not immediately yield any profits. Oh yeah, it actually can't be 25 because there's no way to make a sum of 25 in 4 cells. Uh, Weird. But true, yeah. So actually it is a sum to 15. If it's a 3-cell sum to 15, then we know it's these 3 cells. But if it's a 2-cell sum to 15, then it has options. Okay, so Carl is noting we've used 3 odds already, and the sum of this clue is odd. So if I take any more odds, I need to take 2 more odds, but then I leave nothing for this double-digit clue, which needs to have at least 1 odd in it. So I can't actually take this cell at all, I believe, is what Carl is arguing, because if I took this cell, I would be obligated to take all the remaining odds in the column. And so this is adding to 11. And so this is 2 or 4. By our previous work. What? Seven, column 11 must be gray. If it's not gray, then all of this is blue. And the sum is odd because that would be 3 odds, but the sum ends in H, so it's even. So yeah, so that's definitely gray. I agree. Likewise, this is gray because if this were blue, I would end up with an odd sum when it's supposed to be even. So that was a fruitful area of introspection. So this is blue in order to smuggle this out. Okay, now Garian's point is more clear. This blue needs to either go here or come out through here, but if it goes there, then it ends up here anyway. I see. Because of this clue. So that was Garian's point, was about this, because it either goes here or here, but if it goes here, then that ends up being there. Okay, right. Okay, so too many sums in column 11, Matt Laffey points out. So indeed, these connect with this through the power of this even. Okay. So it's definitely part of the question mark D clue, and D is 2 or 4. D annoyingly could still be 2, although it's looking more like D is 4. Yeah, we can't take all the digits in this column. because the sum of the digits in the column is definitely even. So in fact, we can't take any more odd digits in the column, but we could take one more even. And unfortunately, either cell we take is going to be even, which is regrettable. Row 4, column 11. Yeah, one of these two is gray. Yeah, I agree. Or both. D. Again. Okay, and there is still yet to be an additional cell down this column beyond this strip. So, like, if this is blue, that's gray. There's weird stuff happening in this column. Yeah, pink can't take anything else in column 4. Column 8 can't extend by 3, I am being told. Okay, so currently this sum is even. If we add on an odd, then we need to add on an extra odd. And so then we end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. But then we still need to make a double digit sum, and we only have one digit to do it. So that is gray, which makes that gray by checkerboarding. Yeah, this one is tricksy. Okay, so now we are at the point of where we're either going to like nearly finish this wall, or pink is going to have to extend for some reason. The version where pink extends would seem like it would get us more. 3, column 4. Row 1, 3, column 4. I'm not quite sure. I think you typoed something there. Yeah, it's never 333, because if it was 333, that would be too many evens, right? A 3-cell 15 sum has to go odd, even, odd. Sorry, has to go even, odd, even. Sorry, I said it the opposite of the way. Because if it went odd, even, odd, it wouldn't sum to 15. And so that does not work. And so, therefore, we must do the 2-cell, 2-cell, and 5-cell, which means that this is let's see, does 2-cell, 3-cell, and 4-cell work? Asks Afraid Not. Yeah, 4 is even. Right. Okay, so this has to extend by at least 1. Sorry, to here, but I made it the wrong color. Because this is going to be part of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and therefore this is going to be a 6 or an 8 over here. Let's see. Oh, this is always in there too, actually. I counted to 5 badly. This is 1 or 5. And this is part of the question mark F clue. Someone will tell me what parity F is in a moment. F is odd. So if this extends up, it extends up yet more. This could just be 5, 8, I believe. Right. I can't put one there. The one there would be even. Very good. So the last one goes there. Thank you, Selena. So that is 1 or 5. This now goes up and has now become pink, solving the mystery. Those become the even ones. G is even. Oh, yeah, so that doesn't matter because this is either even or it isn't. Okay, so now this needs to be gray, because if this isn't gray, this gray has no way of making it to the far left, which we argued the gray had to make it to the far left. Okay, if it extends up, you'll get to 9 digits, right? So currently, this is at 6 digits. If I extend up, then my parity is wrong, so I have to extend up twice, but then I end up with a sum of 45 because I use all the digits. So this does not extend up, and indeed, this column is all gray afterwards, and this is an 8 and a 5 and a 1. I do know the last even in this row is green, so it has to go here, right? This is the only place a green even can go that is left. So that actually grays that and blues both of these, and this is a 6 or an 8, I believe. And this is a double sum. So we have that, and this is a double sum, so we have that. Okay, so now because of this, that is gray. This extends. Column 3 still has an extra clue left, which goes here, so that's a 5. Right. This is a single cell sum to B, which is 7 or... Uh-oh. What did I do? Isn't A 5? Oh, no. A is not 5. Oops. Oops. Sorry, I hit the wrong button again. Sorry. I should just put a 7 or a 9 here is what I should do, rather than a 5, because A is 7 or 9, not 5. This is a single cell sum to 7 or 9, so that's certainly not a 9. I agree with that assessment. It's also part of a single cell sum, so also something, 5, 7, something. It's possible there's some slick way I combine the fact that these sum to 6 and these sum to something. Yeah, the green needs to connect through here. AFK points out. I agree. I've used all the evens in this column. So if this were anything, it would be a green even, so it's not anything. Yes. In column 6, I've used all the evens, so this isn't anything. So this has to connect. But now I need to make sure that whatever this is, it's odd. And so if this is odd, that makes it pink, right? Because that makes it pink. Pink. There we go. Because otherwise, so it has to connect up like this because there's no other way. It is connecting, which now means I need to separate it with the wall, need to avoid a checkerboard. Our wall finally connects, like we said it did. We need to blue in some of the pinks. Okay. Oh, would we like a pink border around the pink? For you, Selena, of course. I'm going to do it in parts in case the software starts to go crazy and then I have regrets. As sometimes happens when I'm trying to do these things. Okay, so we can get a pink border. Nice. We can border along the edge as well up here. It'll be good. Okay, this question mark D here. D is even, so we need 2 odds. So that has to be in, which means that has to be in, right? In order for this to possibly work out by parity. And now we've used all the evens, so now that's out and that's in, right? If I did that correctly. And now by this column clue, this is in and is even, because we only get sort of one more clue. Let's see. I do know that these are 7, 9. Just for the official record. Column 11 has now used all its evens, so that is officially cave, wall, cave, wall, wall, cave, whatever. Let's see. Yes, this is a 6 or an 8 for sure. Yes, this currently is odd, but J is even, so we need an extra odd. 3, 4, 5. That's all the odds in the column. So that makes that gray, at least. It's only a question of whether we want that last even in there or not. Oh, we certainly don't, because the last even is a 6 or an 8, which would certainly blow our single-digit sum. So that is a 7 or a 9. This is part of a double-digit sum ending in C. So it is a sum to 15, so it needs at least that cell. It may or may not also get that cell. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, so D has to be 2 now because because I've subtracted at least 7 from the total, but it's actually even more than 7 from the total because I've got this plus another digit that's not in it. So D is not 4. D is now officially 2. We can fill in. And so these 7 cells need to sum to, well, they sum to a minimum of 28. If they were 1 through 7 exactly. And so we know that J is even, so it has to be 28, right? Because they can't sum to 26 because of the fact that this really is 7 cells. I've counted it many times, but I'll keep counting it. So it is 28. And so it's these numbers are 1 through 7, so that makes that a 6 and that a 9. And these 1, 3, 5, 7. So it's not 1 or 3, it's only 5 or 7. That 9 seems to have made that a 7. Also, these rows sum to 15, so that's a 6 and that's an 8, and that's a 6. And that's a 9, and that's a 7. Oh, I can almost do the green border, but not quite. This is my last question mark E, so that's a 4 and a 2 and a 2 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4. Okay. So this is double not 6. Helpful, helpful. There are probably a lot more clues that I should know what they are. Like this is a C clue, so that needs to be a 3, for example. Yes, I was basically about to do that. It's probably not a good idea, though. These are 1, 7, 9, just for the future. So question mark E in column 9. Ah, yes, and E is 1. Okay, so that's a 7 and a 5. Not there. And a 5. Knock out those 5s, and that's 7. Oh, this is just a naked 9 now. Because it's the last odd that we have. This seems to not be a 7 anymore, probably because we put 1 in the column. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we could start bluing things again. Let's see. Okay, we've got that one. Okay, so this is a single-digit number. We can only put a single-digit even there. This is a number ending in C, which is 5. Okay, I think that's still pretty wide open. This is a number ending in D, which is 2. We did sort of lose track of that part. This needs to end in B, which hopefully it... Oh, this is actually going to tell us what B is, right? Because we actually now have all of the numbers. So we actually know the sum of this, right? The sum of this is 12, 19, 20, 29. So B is actually 9. And A is 7. Someone double check that I did that right, because I probably didn't. Speaking of A is 7, I'm going to just start filling it in as though I believed that I was correct. Let's see. Okay, so we got that. Okay, this is a sum to B. So B is, again, 9. So that's a 5. I have to say, for cipher puzzles, this is, like, by far the furthest I've gotten into one of these puzzles and had most of the letters unfilled in. Like, we only, like, just towards the end started filling in what the letters were. There's an A in column 6, which is this one, and A is 7. This is another of those single-digit evens. Ah, there's a B clue down here, so these need to sum to 9. So it's not 2, 7, so it's got to be 4, 5, which is going to make that a 7 and a 2. Make that a 2. Now this is a question mark D, so this is adding to 12, so that needs to be a 9, 7. These are question mark F, which is 13. So that's a 4 and a 6, making that a 9 and a 7, apparently. Not a 2. No 6s. Okay. These are the remaining digits, which are 1, 3, and 9 are left. 1, 3, and 9 are left, but I know the sum ends in H. Oh, but I don't know which thing H is, right? Could be 6. I guess there's probably some options I could eliminate. Row 9's question mark C. So now we know that this is adding to 15. So these two need to add to either 8 or 18, but they can't add to 18, so they have to add to 8. And they can only do that as 6, 2 is AFK and Jim's point, which have to be that. So these are 4 and 8. This is part of a question mark E, which is an 11. So that makes that a 5, which is, I think, what Jim was doing. Also, I think what AFK also did. Let's see. Got the A there. Okay. Column 6, F. Okay, so the F is 3. So we need these to add to either 6 or 16. I didn't do that right. So we need to get to 3. Okay, we need these to add to 5 or 15. There we go. 5 or 15, and it can't be 5. So it's got to be 15. So that's a 6, and that's a 9. So that is not a 9. Mark the odds in row 9 for a digit. I will do that. Let's see, which one is row 9? 3, 3, 3. Okay, so this is 1, 3, 5. It's not 7. It could be 9. I don't think I got the right row 9. 10, 11, 12. I think this is row 9. Oh, row 8. Okay. 1, 3, 9. Okay. So that's not a 9. So that's a 1, 3 pair, and that's a 9. Got it. It's okay. I've often been known to miscount. So this is now going to, question mark G. Fantastic. Okay. Not immediately helpful. Let's see. I probably should mark these random odd cells, though. 1, 3, 9. So now this column actually has got a 1, 3 pair and a 9. So that's actually a naked 7 now. And so now this is a naked 3, right? 1, 5, 7, 9. Yeah, that's now a naked 3. Now that's a 1, 9 pair, making that a 3, making that a 1, making that a 3. Okay. Okay. Oh, let's see. There's a question mark J, which is an ending in 8. So these probably sum to 18, which makes that an 8. Agree. So these are a 2, 4 pair. Thank you. Let's see. Question mark D. D is 2. Well, this can't be a 1 or a 9, because if this is a 1 or a 9, no combination makes this work. So this has to be a 5. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I guess 5-4 doesn't work ever, right? 5-4 would not work. So this has got to be 5-8. And then that has to be a 9. 1, 9. That 8 has made that a 4. Okay, so that 8 looks up here and has made that a 4 and that an 8. Let's see. If, by the way, you're a setting person and you've never set a JSUMs puzzle, they set so nicely. Like, it's so much harder for them to break, and like basically every deduction that happens has to be something you intended. Okay, so we can now figure out what H is, because that's 11, 20, 26. So H is in fact 6. Okay, so H being 6 was helpful somewhere, I think. Maybe it's just that G isn't 6, actually. So what can this actually be? This is 1, 5, 7. And these need to end in G. So they need to end in 0 or 4. So 13 plus 1, that sounds good. 13 plus 5 doesn't sound good. 13 plus 7, that sounds good. So this is only a 1 or a 7. Let's see. So this is a 2, 4, 6, actually. Oh, but this is part of a sum that's supposed to end in H, and H is 6 now. So this needs to be a 2, is the point. Right, okay. So that's a 2, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 2. Let's see. This is a 2, 4, or 6. If this was a 2, 4, what would G be? So if this was a 2 or a 4, that would be 6, 11, 20. Okay, that would work, actually. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this is still supposed to be question mark C. So that's either a 7 or these two digits add to 7. Let's see. I should fill in these. So these are 2, 4, 6. It's not a 6. It's only a 2 or a 4 for what it's worth. So this is a 6 because otherwise we'd have a deadly pattern, I guess. Oh, maybe not. Sorry. Actually, probably would. Yeah, I think we would, actually. But there was more to check than I originally claimed. This is a 2 or an... Oh, this is just a naked 8. For what it is worth. 7 plus 2 isn't a double-digit number. That's a good point. Let's see. So... mark H in column 3. Right. There we go. There's a question mark H here, too. So, again, ending in 6. So, basically, these sum to something ending in 0. These sum to something ending in 0. So, that something had better be 10. So, that is a 1 and a 9. And a 7 and a 1 over there. Okay, so I think we're good on that. Good on that column. Good on that column. Good on that column. Let's see. I don't think we can get anything more out of this column. Yeah, these are good. We've got our question mark G there. This column is just done. This column is done. That column is done. this needs a 4, I'm being told, because, let's see, so if we don't use a 4, then these sum to 8 plus 5 is 13 plus 9 is 22, and we know that G isn't 2, so we definitely use a 4 here, which means that is a 6. And now that we note that, now these definitely sum to 20, and so G is 0. Sorry to the betters that 0 would be the omitted digit. And if that is a 0, that makes that a 7. Which now means that this sum extends, because this sum, remember, needed to be 15, and so that can't be a 7 anymore. So this comes here. This is now a naked 2. And so these sum to 10, so that makes that a 5. Makes that a 4. Oh, by the way, I can border green now. In terms of like doing all the parts of the puzzle at once and not sort of finishing any part early, this puzzle scored very, very highly on that metric. Like in terms of like not even knowing what most of the cipher digits were, I was very impressed. But also, yeah, the sort of latent ambiguity about these things is. There we go. Okay, so now that is a 2 and a 4 and a 2 and hope. Uh-oh. It didn't like it. Oh, puzzle doesn't include solution. Okay, phew, never mind. I think that's it. Don't tell me if you see something wrong. But very nice puzzle. I quite enjoyed that adventure. Very cool rule set idea there. Very tricksy, but I liked the sort of the way the parody alternating was a very cool idea to combine with the 2 cells or the 2 cave ideas. Yeah, it was basically 2 hours. Timer says 119 minutes. Yeah, the example was definitely worth doing to sort of get an idea as to what exactly was happening. Like it wasn't too bad once you'd done the example. I mean, it was long, but was not, I thought, too oppressive in the like 5 stars category. So anyway, very cool puzzle. Cool stuff all around today on stream, actually. I quite enjoyed the like build your own 10 line and the Slitherlink Kropke monstrosity. That was very cool at the beginning. So cool puzzles all around. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Do please give the stream a thumbs up if you have not yet. Also, as always, we appreciate those of you who support the stream. If you don't yet support the stream but would like to, you can click the little $sign button down below and support us in a variety of ways, such as giving gift subs. Thank you, Plonk Time, for the gift subs earlier. Greatly appreciated. And thank you, last but not least, to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonk Time, and DDX. Thank you all. Look forward to seeing you all again real soon. But for now, thanks for watching, and I'll see you on Sunday. Or Tristan will. Tristan, I think, will definitely be here, and I will probably be here. But anyway, bye for now.